Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm glad to be back, getting back in the swing of things here on this Monday morning. It is March 16th. Joining me on the panel in studio, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Blake Morrow.
Good morning.
Hipzar.
Good morning, team.
Forex Analytics. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well.
And Senior Market Strategist Jimmy Cagnina. I'm used to seeing him on the big screen. We have to settle for the smaller screen to start today. Good morning, Jimmy. How are you?
Good morning, Dele. Fantastic. And today is going to be a great day to trade futures.
It is, isn't it?
It's
going to be a great day. Yeah. Jimmy says I look a little frazzled coming off of Boca for a week. I said, well, yeah, well, I kind of am. Yeah. I've been watching from afar, not doing a ton. Coming in, quick look at the tape, and then we'll go to Shai for the news. Equity index is up 53.75 in the S&P this morning, catching a little bit of a bid, along with NASDAQ 237 up. It's up 237, 24,840 and change. Russell went back to unchanged for the year. I thought that was pretty interesting. It is now back up on the year, I believe. We'll see where it is exactly, but it's right back to unchanged for the year, roughly up $27 this morning, 25.24, 47,173 in the Dow, up nearly 300. Crude oil's down $1.61, and that's really the story, because if crude's down, kind of gives everybody the confidence to step in and buy equity indexes. You know, metals are mixed. We'll talk about that today. You've got gold down around $50. You've got copper up 22 ticks. You've got silver down $2, and you've got platinum up $13. We'll pick the brain of the panel to see what's going on there. Bond market also up. If you're not watching oil, you're watching bonds. You know, they're kind of hand in hand these days anyway. You're seeing equity traders keep a close eye on both of those. ZB this morning up 16 ticks, back in the 114 handle of 114.07. 10-year yields, it's at 4.249. Again, we've been here for a while. Even though bonds have moved, 10 years still relatively in the same place it's been for many months. And a little bit of dollar weakness against currencies this morning. Most notable that I see is Australian dollars up like 0.75% against the dollar. And Bitcoin continues to push forward, 73,780 in the futures. Ethereum back to 2279. Hopefully you all caught that crypto show last night. Those guys did an amazing job. Really great to see that addition to Sunday night. But we're going to talk about all of that and more in just a bit. Shai, the news.
All right, so we'll start right off the top with oil updates. So Karg Island, which is holds 90% of Iran's export, was hit this weekend. People made a big deal about it on Twitter, but really it was just a military installation that was hit. All facilities and export facilities are still running. In fact, right after it happened, there were 2 vessels stationed there loading oil for Iran. UAE Fujairah, which is their big oil depot, it holds a ton of oil and fuel, all the distillates. It was hit on Saturday, briefly closed, opened it again, and then hit this morning again, and loadings are suspended once again at that port. We did see oil tick up on that in the overnight. I happened to be up when that happened at 4.
When are you not up? I mean, seriously.
But we have paired gains since then. We do still have one to mention, because everybody's saying there's no tankers going through. There are some tankers going through the strait. We had Saudi Arabia manage to eke one out. India, there is a Greek shipping tycoon who is...
Greek shipping tycoon?
Yes, who is trying to get his fleets through. And so he had several ships go through. They turned their AIS off, sail through, and then turn their AIS back on at the beginning. And then Pakistan also was able to get one through. And of course, Iranian oil is still flowing through the strait at their regular pace. We have UAE oil production has fallen to 2 million barrels a day from 3.56 million barrels a day. We now have a total of 8.7 million barrels per day of oil, gas, and condensates. And I just want to note that even if this is all fixed tomorrow and say they declare a truce, it will take weeks to reopen these fields. You can't, it's not just like turning them on. So I expect even if this ends, you're still going to have weeks worth of supply problems. Dubai resumed flights after a drone caused an airport fuel fire yesterday. IEA is going to make a statement later on their planned release. We did see oil pull back a little bit on that headline. In addition, Trump has demanded others help secure the Strait of Hormuz, which has some traders a little bit worried because everybody thought the U.S. was going to go in there and provide a military escort. But so far, France, Germany, Japan, and Australia have all declined to help. Then he told the Financial Times Sunday that he's expecting China to help unblock the strait before his scheduled meeting with Xi Jinping in Beijing at the end of this month, and he might postpone his trip if they did not provide assistance. Now, we had Bessent on CNBC this morning, kind of running a little bit of interference on that, and he said the current U.S. trade-China meetings in Paris are very good. He's meeting there right now with them. He said it's false to say the China trip would be delayed on the Strait of Hormuz. It would be due to prosecuting war. He said markets should absolutely not react to any trip delay. He said the bombing campaigns on Iran are now focusing on factories where they produce military weapons, and he said we're fine with letting Iran let out some fuel on the Hormuz, stating that there's about 140 million barrels of Iranian crude on the water now. I don't think it's that much, but that's what he says. Moving on to the next geopolitical event, I guess Trump wants to make a deal with the U.S. or with Cuba, but said he wants to finish with the war in Iran first. He said, I think we'll pretty soon either make a deal or do whatever we have to do. We're talking to Cuba, but we're going to do Iran before Cuba. So just be aware of that is happening. We have, moving on from the oil markets and geopolitical risk, we have traders pull a rare 180 after leaning wrong on war risk in the Treasury market. So Treasury traders have gone from chasing calls to scrambling for downside protection as the Iran war and raising oil prices force markets to slash expectations on the Fed rate cuts. So Treasuries, they're racing from easing dreams, in other words, to kind of this put protection. Interestingly enough, though, most of the Treasury position unwind was in the cash bond market, not in the futures market. So we had about $867 billion in coupons traded on Thursday, the largest amount excluding year-end balancing in the cash market, while we only had about $577 billion since February 27th in the future market. It seems like most of the activity is going on in the cash bond market right now. Moving on to the tech sector, we have NVIDIA conference starts today. This is their big GTC event. Everybody's going to be there. So basically, they're going to have to deliver a huge surprise to be able to really kind of spark a rally in the stock. We have analysts coming out and saying NVIDIA is dead money right now, and if earnings couldn't get it higher, you're going to need something really dramatic to change the underlying dynamic. So, but that is going on right now, so I'm sure you'll hear a lot of headlines on that. Meta shares have jumped 20% after this morning after a report on plans to lay off 20% or more of its workforce. We have 11 big policy meetings this week. We have FOMC, Eurozone, Japan, UK, Canada, Switzerland, Australia, Brazil, Sweden, Taiwan, and Indonesia. So chock full of central bank meetings this week. And then moving on to data today at 8:30, we have Empire Manufacturing. That's not going to be a big deal. 9:15, industrial production, manufacturing production, and cap utilization. At 10, we have the housing market index. None of these are going to be market movers, to be honest with you, particularly with everything that is going on right now.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Immediately coming off of what you talked about this morning in the news, I pulled up the ZB to see what the COT data looks like. Most short COT data in the ZB and for, well, to be clear, commercials since, gosh, I don't even have it on my chart, many, many years. And so if they were caught off guard in the cash, where do they go? The futures. Explains a lot more as to why the bonds are getting as hurt as bad as they have been. We said that there probably would be an offset between, fear of war, bonds might get a bid, and then obviously the price of oil going higher, future inflation, and we all know that story there. And so I guess, it sheds a little bit more light on it. I was kind of scratching my head the whole time at the beginning as to why bonds were not at least steady more than necessarily rallying. And now you see that they were caught offside being long a bunch of cash bonds and they sold the futures. Because, again, that's a pretty big COT thing. Well, maybe we'll have Jimmy talk about that a little bit when we get to him. What charts? Maybe you take a look at that, Jimmy. Blake, let's go to you first. Couple things to note this morning. Dollar weakness, getting strength in Bitcoin, Aussie dollar, strong. Pretty much all the currencies I keep an eye on are strong. What are you seeing?
Yeah, the dollar is actually weakened. It's actually pulled back to a point where these are levels that if the dollar is going to make a move, meaning if the dollar is going to strengthen, it's probably going to be it's backed up almost far enough. We do have a major central bank, as you were just pointing out, the Australian dollar. The RBA is expected to raise rates tonight, or it's obviously Tuesday morning in Australia, but that'll be late evening for those of us here in North America. And that's going to be really interesting. I look at the dollar pullback. It is a little bit more aggressive than I thought it would be at this point in time. But the euro, we're nearing 115. 115.10 was the big breakdown point, and we're not too far away from that right now. And I think a lot of this is due to what we're seeing in the yields that you were just referencing in fixed income. So, as yields come off, the dollar's coming off as well. But I was telling Jim just before we went live, just before we went live, that if the dollar is going to make a stand, it's going to make a stand somewhere around these levels this morning. These markets, Anthony, it's headline driven. So today's could be make it or break it for the dollar. We're back at the breakout point, basically. So it's do or die time for the dollar, if you will.
It's interesting that, hearing Blake say that right here in this moment, because I do think it's a kind of interesting moment, I think, for markets in general. No one really knows where the end is in sight. And like we said, even if it ended today, does it really mean that everything that's changed in the markets ends today? We know markets like to price things in quickly and price things out quickly. But when I do look at the markets today, I looked at the chart of the S&P and the NASDAQ, although I'm not getting a lot from them. I go back to like the Russell. Russell went back to unchanged for the year and held. If you were to take the news out of this equation right now and I were to go and look at the indexes, I'd be like, okay, I want to be long Russell again because, rates are starting to come back off. We're starting to see a little bit of strength come back in with the Russell, which is not leading the market. Well, yeah, it actually is. It's percentage-wise, it is up the most, followed by the NASDAQ. And so, I'm wondering, is the market also starting to take this in stride now? You wonder if there's any more news that is going to rattle it as much. I heard yesterday everybody talking the Sunday night show like, oh, we thought for sure that the equity indexes would be lower when oil went to 119. I mean, I for sure would have said for absolutely. They've held on really well here.
Well, and they're holding, like ES is holding on that 200-day. Like, it bounced off it twice.
Did it really?
Yep.
Yeah. And so I don't even have that up on my chart, but I mean, again, when you look at it, again, if you take, sometimes you pull yourself out of it. You hear Blake talk about where we are with the dollar. You see reactions in markets. If they keep headlines somewhat subdued here, you kind of wonder if markets starting to look past stuff. Jimmy, I wanted to go to you. Yeah, I mean, what do you think about that bond situation, which I talked about, how the cash market, a lot of people were trapped long, anticipating more. I mean, obviously they caught the oil trade. I think everybody was kind of knowing that energy was strong out of the gates this year. But then you saw the futures, as I looked at the COT data, with quite a bit of selling from the commercials over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned it earlier today. I literally squished my chart back to see, the hedgers now are short more. I went all the way back to 2015. This is the lowest level, like the biggest net short that we've seen in the 30-year Treasury bond. That's that red line at the bottom where my mouse is. So yeah, it's definitely unusual, right? It's definitely surprising. The large specs are super super positive right now. So if you could just you could look at the candles. It's there's no support, right? We keep breaking through these levels of support on the downside in this market, and there's no flight to quality here. This is just a reaction. I don't know why it keeps selling off like this, but again, it's looking pretty ugly. Today we have a little bit of a turnaround. So that's kind of interesting. We'll see how that goes. I mean, if you just let me just show you a daily chart right now. We have these areas of support down around that 114 handle where historically we've had buyers come back in. And we have that today so far. We kind of have a bullish engulfing so far, but we'll see if that holds. When that bell rings, anything could happen.
Blake, what's your take on this? I mean, it's pretty interesting seeing that the bonds from the commercial side is the most short positions we've had since 2015. And that's pretty interesting.
That it is pretty interesting, but we all know that like war is also inflationary. So, and one of the things I was talking about over this weekend is that the U.S. has been pretty upfront about all the payload it's dropped over the course of the last couple of weeks, and I think the market's turning around, going, that's gonna. Between what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz and what's happening in every other country and how much money this is going to cost not only U.S. taxpayer but globally, it's not surprising to me that yields have moved up this much. But I think that is an interesting story about how the COT data. How traders may have shifted over to futures a little bit to hedge. So I find that fascinating. Actually, you know what, Anthony? That's the first time I've heard anybody talk about that over the course of the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I even pulled it up is because of what Shai said this morning. With the people get caught on the long side in the cash bonds market. I don't really I look at the COT every other week, maybe.
Yeah, me too. And it is one of those things that because there's so many other ways to factor in positioning. I know through the FX market, there's a lot of different ways that traders go through that, other than COT, because it's just such a small window. But for futures, it's a much bigger picture. But that's the thing, the crux of this market, and I think that's the point that you're making, that everybody should be thinking about. Is this market has been really good about getting people wrong-footed. And, for example, I was just reading JP Morgan's note, their FX note this morning. They've turned tactically bullish the dollar, of course. And of course, the dollar is pulling back after it, broke out on Friday. It's pulling back pretty aggressively today. And, would it be that surprising to see the dollar, succumb to selling pressure, give us a false breakout, and just wiggle everybody out? It seems like that has been the market we've been in for the last 2 weeks, is just catching everybody wrong-footed almost in every market around.
Yeah, it was funny. I caught, hopefully you all caught the Sunday night show last night. Like we said, we extended it an hour, and we've got the crypto closeout with Trader Main and Ponzi Trader. And it was funny, Trader Main, he goes, it's first fill, then shill. I thought that was awesome. I'm like, it was great. Saying, hey, we're long the dollar. It's the most bullish we've ever been. Yeah. So, Jimmy, I want to go back to you a little bit. Metals, mixed bag. Copper up, gold down, silver down, platinum up.
Yeah, gold is on my radar screen right now. It's technically speaking, the chart's really kind of bearish right now. I know these is gold priced in U.S. dollars, right? And we just talked about what the U.S. dollar's doing, but we have an 8 that's about to cross underneath the 21. We have this longer term 50 EMA that's in sight right now. RSI is sloping downward right here. So there've been a couple of baby candles in a row, but we've had 3 down days in a row. Today we're just kind of pausing right now, just north of that 5,000 level. So gold's looking weak, surprisingly, right now, especially since we had this area of support here that we just kind of crushed on Friday. So that was at 50.77. We'll see what happens today, but it's looking pretty heavy.
I think, well, really, gold is a function of traders are racing out rate cuts, right? We have a quarter point in December, maybe now, from July. We had before this war happened. And so that's a function of, I think we're seeing pressure on gold because we're seeing rates higher and those rate cuts being pushed out further. We do have copper up today, and I believe it's because of the amount of sulfur that goes through the strait is starting to weigh on markets. We had China say they're going to cut fertilizer exports, and sulfuric acid is used in copper mining. And so we're hearing stories now that it's getting hard to get, it's very expensive. That means that miners are going to have to cut back on their production. So giving a little bit of lift to copper today.
And didn't Druckenmiller say one of his biggest positions was copper in that video? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure that he was long it. I mean, again, he's kind of knows what he's doing. But when I look at gold, gold a couple weeks back took out those lows. I mean, you look at the gold chart, and if you're long, it's kind of like on a bigger time frame, you're starting to look at that going, man, it's a little tough here. What do you think, Blake?
You know, I think there was a lot of speculative money in these precious metals, more so in silver than in gold, and palladium and platinum as well. But I think gold is one of those commodities and precious metals that will be bought on dips. I'm hoping it sees like 4,500. To be honest, that's kind of my level to be on the long side, 4,500. Not make a new low from what we saw a few weeks back, but I do think that you're seeing a lot of consolidation there. But a lot of people say there's gold sales, and that those gold sales have translated to crude longs, and I've heard there's been a lot of that happening. I'm trying not to draw a lot of conclusions as far as from a correlation standpoint. So especially when I'm trading the dollar, I'm not queuing my moves off of gold, where usually I do. If gold goes up, dollar down, vice versa, gold down, dollar up. I try not to do that these days because of the nature of the precious metals move that we've seen in recent months. But I do think we're in a consolidative type of pattern. And I think, you talk about getting wrong-footed, Anthony. I think a lot of people buy gold based on what's happening in the Middle East. And I don't think that's the right trade. But I think people are doing it, and they're getting forced out of those longs. They're picking up gold at 5,200, 5,300 because temperatures are flaring up in the Middle East, and then they're finding themselves wrong-footed again. So I just think we're in a big consolidative pattern, and I'm just hoping to buy some sort of dip down to 4,500 if I can see it.
No, I totally agree with you, because what's working right now in this environment, Bitcoin. Bitcoin is what they're choosing to buy now. When I say they, I mean the volumes. The flows. Conspiracy flows.
The flows.
Bitcoin's been working. It's funny. I've traded Bitcoin futures a few times over the past few weeks, and I probably traded Bitcoin futures a few times last year. And so, again, I think Bitcoin is definitely showing signs of higher highs right now, like in the short term, right? I mean, we'll see what that does over the course of the next several weeks, but Bitcoin continues to trend higher. We'll take a quick look at crude oil this morning again before we get into Jimmy's Edge report. Crude oil again, Shai, 96.95, just below 97. Like you said, it doesn't roll out of the situation too easily, right? Even though it is down today. Give us kind of the story and what's happening in crude.
Well, and this is going to be the last day for April. So this is options expiration. The contract actually rolls on the 20th, but all traders will have to be out. And so this is...
We go to May.
So we'll go to May. Tomorrow morning, everybody should have been rolled to May. So I think right now we're kind of in the situation where things are kind of manageable, but we'll have to wait and to see. I mean, again, everybody's expecting some announcement from IEA. I don't think they're going to change anything whatsoever. But I think that, this pullback from the opening high print Sunday night is kind of noteworthy to watching, because I think everybody was long going into Friday. Nobody wanted to be short going into the weekend, because who knows what could have happened, and a lot did happen, and maybe traders taking some of those positions off.
Yeah, be very careful on expiration day. I'd probably move to May already if you're day trading crude. Most of you should probably be at micros anyway, but crude gets really weird on expiration. Maybe you haven't seen what's happened in the past. Maybe
it does.
Just be careful of it. Gold, and anytime you get into commodities near expiration, it's either like stay away from them or move on to the next month, because remember, they're physically delivered, and anything could happen with these markets, and what's happening in the front may not be happening in the back, and that's what gets interesting here. All right, it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
Let's finish the conversation about gold right now. I mean, I have a daily candle chart up here right now. That 8 EMA is crossing under, not yet, almost, that 21 EMA. That could be a little bearish. We have this failed support area right here around 50, 75-ish, give or take a couple of ticks. RSI is trending down. And we have this midpoint fail way over here. I know it's been a long time since we had this giant red candle here, but traders keep that on their screen because it's a benchmark candle. We're trading south of that as well. So looking a little bearish today on the daily. Intraday, we have some pretty good targets here. It's relatively interesting range, because the volume profile is kind of blocky, right? There's not a clear and present point of control right now, but we have a little bit of a xylophone pattern forming right now. Price is above the session VWAP, right at JAX1. JAX1 is at 50.25. We have targets on the upside here, including this target wick way up here that we saw in the middle of the night, 50.39, and then we have JAX3 at 50.50 on the upside, and then we have the pivot at 50.56. JAX2 up at 50.75. On the downside, we have that 0 DTE put support. We've traded through it several times so far. That's at 5,000. Below that, S1's kind of framing the bottom of the conversation here around 49.80. And then we have that one-day min at 49.68, give or take a couple ticks. Below that, put support 49.50. So right now, kind of holding its own here in the value area for gold. Let's shoot over to the E-mini S&P. Remember, now the stock index futures are also rolling over right now. I'm going to show the June, and the reason why, look at the volume. So I have the March contract up at 179,000 contracts traded so far overnight. The June contract so far has 156,000 contracts traded, almost 50-50, not quite. By the end of the day, it'll be reversed. The June will be higher. So that we want to go where there's the volume, right? Especially from a day trading point of view, you day trade where the most volume is. This is close enough, though. So we're going to go ahead and look at June and focus on June today. Here's that daily candle chart. We have that 8 EMA cross under again, way back here. It's still not way back here, right here. A couple sessions ago, that's crossing under the 150 simple. So that's pretty bearish. We have the RSI possibly crossing over, though. That's looking pretty good. We have December swing low target at 67.71, which is right here. We're reaching for that swing low. And then we have these 3 volume nodes, though, which makes us a little wonky. We have one volume node right here, high volume node at 6,700. We have the official point of control at 6,790. And this is the volume profile for the month of March. And then up here, a little bit higher, is another volume node at 68.30. Last time I checked, yields were around, I'm sorry, that's for the, year to date. Down 4.45%. So, not as more resilient than you think it is. Just going into the intraday really quickly here, we have some targets as well. We have R2 and that one-day max up there around 67.80. Above that, we got a lot of room to glow, but we do have a blind spot here, which is just north of that 6,800. That's a MenthorQ level. Those things are pretty good especially when you get a blind spot that's extended from the price action, but it's well within the target. On the downside here, we got R1 and JAX2. Two areas of interest, same price, 6,700. This will be support going forward here. If we get any kind of retracement back to the downside, this is looking pretty strong right now. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin, though. The Bitcoin today is on the move. Let's check it out. Bitcoin right now is breaking out to the upside here. We're touching those April lows at 24,600. We're right there. We're about to break out a little higher here. There is that 50 EMA that's also within sight. So that 80 EMA is over the 21. That's bullish. And then we have this RSI rising. So things are looking perky for the Bitcoin, but we do have kind of a double top here. So we're going to have to penetrate, and they have confirmation candles above that 74,605 on the Bitcoin for me to be ready to say, hey, let's get our rally cap on for sure. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thanks, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guest.
Yes, we have Patrick Haan, head of the petroleum markets at Gas Buddy. He's focused on gasoline, diesel, and refining dynamics across North America. So we see rising gas prices, rising diesel prices. So we'll get into it with him and see where he thinks the markets are going.
Could call it perfect timing. I mean, you kind of know what you're doing, booking guests. And let's take a look at who's coming up the rest of today. Of course, it's Monday, so we're beginning with Patrick Haan, which is, like we said, is going to be really perfect timing for this. Then we go into Tape Talk with Farm. And then we've got Trade the Open with Tanja and Salma, the OGs, as we call them. Midday Markets, we've got XYZ and Jack. Jack's going to dinner with Pax this week, I think. Boy, I can't wait to hear how that one goes. That's going to be, don't piss off Pax at dinner. And I'm not talking about Jack. I'm talking about the waiter. We're going to bust Pax's chops.
We did
about
have
that.
Empire Manufacturing just come in. Survey was 3.9. Actual is minus 0.2%. Again, this is manufacturing in the New York area.
All right. Trade the close. We've got Jack, Nick for a tick, and Joey. Let's bring in Patrick. Patrick, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Good to be with you.
Great to be with you today. So, what's going on in the gas prices out there, Patrick?
Yeah, refined product prices, oil prices getting a lot of attention. End consumers are seeing prices surge. Just looking at diesel, which is the portion of the barrel right now, I think that's getting the most love along with jet fuel. Diesel prices up over $1 a gallon in 45 of the nation's 50 states over the last couple of weeks. So it's been a pretty close to record-setting acceleration in prices as oil obviously trickles down to these gasoline, diesel, jet fuel prices. And many consumers are starting to feel a little bit of a pinch, especially on the diesel side, diesel being the fuel that powers the U.S. economy. Really vital to see what this may do to CPI numbers in the weeks ahead, should it stick around. But for now, getting a bit of a spring surge. We tend to get it already for gasoline simply because of the seasonality. We're making the transition. In fact, much of the Great Lakes states today seeing a jolt in the RVP. That certainly is just a measure of emissions. And as we get closer to summer, the summer blend transition, something we all hear about, summer versus winter gasoline, that's happening. Demand is going up for gasoline as temperatures warm up, and refinery maintenance is now going to become part of the conversation. So any way you slice it, refined products prices have absolutely seen a pretty nauseating increase. Gasoline getting the least love, while diesel and jet fuel have really accelerated.
Yeah, we talked about that, Shai, with HO, the HO contract, and not a surprise to see diesel be the one that's got the biggest lift, because we've even said that's rallied more than crude oil. But Patrick, I want to talk to you about what you've seen in the past coming off of situations like this. I mean, we know how quick the gas stations are to raise prices and, reactionary to what they're seeing in oil. Now, in the past, at least in my experience, when oil comes down, they're not as quick to pull back either. Now, you've been around, you've been doing this a long time. You're really the number one guy I would go to in this space to understand what the future of gas looks like. Now, in these situations in the past, even if oil does start to pull back, or give us a scenario if oil continues to go higher, like what you've seen coming out of scenarios like this?
Well, first to address here the price increases question, I think that's, while a lot of it feels pretty nauseating on the consumer side, what we see is retailers are always a little bit behind the curve. We can see it filter down to what they're paying. And a lot of the time, since stations are only filling their underground tanks every couple of days, it takes them a couple days to really start raising in earnest. So they take it on the chin with lower margins when prices go up. Then they do lower it slower to recoup the margins that they lost on the way up. And so, if there is good news here in the days ahead, or how quickly it filters down can be pretty quickly. Although, as I mentioned, the seasonal factors are also pushing prices up. So at least when it comes to gasoline, what goes up does not fully come back down because those seasonal factors will persist. But on diesel, we're coming out of, as you mentioned, heating oil. We're coming out of heating oil season here in the weeks ahead. So diesel prices could see a full recovery. Now it's going to take a while. Obviously, the strait's been shut down for a couple of weeks. So there's going to be carryover and residual. Inventories of diesel remain very tight, whether for diesel, heating oil, any middle distillate right now is seeing pretty sharp supply challenges. But once we do start to see things moving again, I think it'll be pretty swift for diesel, maybe a penny or two per day. Sounds pretty insignificant, but looking at national averages, that's about the biggest day that you see in terms of a decline to average diesel and gasoline prices. So it's going to take us a while. Whenever there is relief, diesel's gone up over $1 a gallon. If we see that 1 to 2, maybe 3 penny a day average discount, that's going to put us well over a month to 2 months for diesel to see full recovery. And gasoline will probably not see some of the pre-war gas prices until later this year, when again the conversation gets switched about seasonality pushing prices lower. And a lot of folks have said, is this going to be a liability ahead of the midterms? We always see tailwinds for gasoline prices once we get to midsummer, as long as there are no hurricanes. I would expect that a lot of these pre-war prices will pop back up here by the end of the year.
Shai, like you've been saying, I mean, even if things were to go back to normal or Trump were to call off everything that's happening in Iran tomorrow, doesn't change much in terms of how it's impacting the consumer and prices.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a couple questions, but we were kind of in a structural tightness predicating this market in the diesel market. Kind of globally, inventories were tight. Do you think, we saw diesel prices spike last year, they came back down. Do you think this is kind of going to be a more persistent problem, given the fact that, we're still losing refining capacity here in the U.S.? I know we're building a new refinery, but that's for WTI.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, California is still obviously the second shutdown of a refinery in the last 6 months, the Valero refinery in Benicia. So, yeah, I mean, diesel, it's all about crude oil quality that goes in, right? I think the market still would love a little bit more heavy product than the U.S. market, which refineries could then maximize diesel yields. But for now, I think, we're close to being maxed out. Obviously, diesel right now is refineries are not geared up to refine gasoline as much as they'd love to ramp up any diesel output that they could, especially jet fuel across the country too. So, but you only can do so much with the light crude oil or semi-light that a lot of these refineries are running. And that's why it's all about location too. If you're a refiner in the Gulf Coast, you're seeing a heyday because you have the possibility of Venezuelan oil in the months and years ahead, help you start to swing towards a heavier blend of crude oil going into your facilities. Whereas if you're in the Rockies, if you're a refinery, in PAD 4 or PAD 3, you don't have as many export options. But I think, Shai, to your point, the market still, diesel is going to be the fuel that powers any economic growth engine, whether it's the U.S. or globally. We've seen refinery attacks, right? The drone attacks in the Saudis and the refinery in Abu Dhabi, that one of the world's largest, 900,000 barrels a day. So refineries are always the kind of forgotten middleman here. And it's really all about how refineries are operating. And right now we are going into maintenance season. So utilization rates, I noticed last week EIA reported utilization about 91%. You may see some refineries defer some of that maintenance if it's very low level, just kind of plowing through right now because crack spreads, last I checked, were still very strong. WTI 321 was still above the $40 a barrel mark. So that may give some incentive to defer maintenance if possible and keep those runs elevated. And eventually, as long as Mother Nature and the CPC don't throw us a 6 to 10 or 8 to 14 day that's much below average, we could start to see some recovery in diesel supplies in the weeks ahead. But again, subject to whatever is happening in the Middle East with the price of oil.
And how long do you think, it would take for this to sort of become a real drag on the economy where it's really hurting the consumer, it's really hurting the trucking industry, the transportation industry. How long would that take, in your opinion?
Yeah, Shay, I mean, we're already seeing, big banks have been warning of airline profitability, and that's something that they have to really look closely at. I mean, the price of jet fuel in many instances up $1.25 to $1.50 a gallon, and U.S. airlines generally do not hedge like their European counterparts hedge. So, unique exposure on that front. Diesel. End consumers, to your point, CPI numbers are really what gives us insight into how bad it is. But anecdotally, I mean, fuel charges are going to come back quickly because, as I mentioned, now 45 of the nation's 50 states seeing diesel prices up $1 a gallon from a month ago, and now we have about 20 states where diesel are averaging over $5 a gallon. And the national average, by the way, later today will probably hit that $5 mark, and it's going to take a couple of weeks of elevated prices to start showing up in data, but it's going to show up pretty quickly and in a furious way. And it's going to be a drag because consumers not only paying about $300 million more than a month ago, it still is $500 million below our peak in 2022, but that's going to act as a drag on the consumer. And then we're going to get double whammied by another hit on the consumer through fuel surcharges, higher food prices. The longer this persists, I think you'll probably see it in maybe 4 to 6 weeks. Food prices are going to have to start going back up again because of just diesel running the supply chains. And that's going to really start to hit CPI numbers as we move forward. But keep in mind, there's a bit of a lag for that data to come out. So I think it'll start showing up strongly, and certainly the report for March.
Absolutely. And what do you think if this ends tomorrow, as we were talking about earlier, how long do you think supply chains overall would take to sort of fix? I mean, we're sort of insulated in the United States because we import some Iraqi oil and Saudi Arabia, but we're not as dependent as other countries. But still, how long do you think that would take to get those supply chains back efficiently running again?
Yeah, Shai, thankfully we're insulated from the supply disruption standpoint. Asia's open a lot to that. How long would it take? I mean, then it becomes about shipping capacity and to catch back up. I think we're talking about the amount of interruption. Every day we continue to see the Strait of Hormuz, with very few ships moving. It's probably another week or so that it's going to take to catch things back up. So at this point, to fully recover, I think it probably will take a couple of months of these shipments going back and forth. You can't make up for lost time. And I think we've lost over 250 million barrels of oil that haven't been able to transit the Strait of Hormuz. So I think the recovery is going to take a little longer, probably into the summer. But you'll probably start seeing diesel prices once this clears up. Diesel could come down 50 to 65% of its initial climb in a matter of a month. But it's going to take probably another couple months, maybe 2 to 3 months, for diesel prices to fully go down. So I think we're well into the summer now before this completely heals back up, and it's going to take time.
Yeah, I mean, people in chat are talking about food prices starting to go back up. When have they really come back down? I think inflation really does becomes another time where you get inflation across the board, and people forget how important energy is
To everything.
to everything, right? And something like this is not fixable overnight. It just doesn't happen. I mean, anytime things go up in price, they never come back down as quickly. And, it's going to be interesting to see what this means for rates, what this means for equities, and what this means for everything. Patrick, we only have a minute left. Any kind of final thoughts you have before we let you go today?
Well, be optimistic that by the end of the year, energy prices could fully normalize. But again, it depends on the situation, that we see play out here in the Strait of Hormuz. Americans are, it's the one country I've had reporters from as far away as Europe and Asia asking, what is the deal with Americans? And it's just like when you're driving down the street, you see 2 or 3 gas stations, you see the price of diesel. We have this huge attachment to our cars. And, when the fuel that powers them goes up, it feels a lot worse But in essence, today we're still kind of at the historical norm for gasoline prices. But it's the increase that really is hard to stomach. When you were paying, something that started with a 2 a month ago, now you're paying with a 3. And that's more the conversation here. It's the psychology behind high gas prices. Probably gasoline is not really crimping the economy yet. Certainly diesel will, but it's just that feel of looking at that gas pump and feeling like hopeless. And hopefully we'll start to see gas prices around the corner, but just kind of really fascinating to see how Americans are attached to what they're paying at the pump.
No better insight as to what's happening in gas and beyond, really everything going on kind of in the energy market than Patrick Haan. Everyone go follow him on X at GasBuddyGuy. Patrick, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
Shai, again, when I look at everything right now, the market, again, prices everything in, it prices everything out so quickly. And when I sit back and I look at everything, you're not going to fix the price of oil tomorrow. We know that. Even on a big announcement from President Trump, it's unlikely that oil gets back to, let's call it in the 60s anytime soon, right?
Yeah.
And you look at what this is going to do now to the inflation data. We have a new Fed coming in May, right? Who's been all geared up, set up by President Trump to start cutting rates.
He's not going to be able to.
Not going to be able to.
And
right?
that's
it changes the whole dynamic.
Ugly picture. That's going to be an ugly problem because he was picked basically to go in there and lower rates immediately.
Immediately, right? And so when you look at what's happening right now, is you've got energy prices going up. That's against what the administration's initial goals were, right? You've got rates that they're going up. May not be going up through, on the short end with the Fed raising rates, which you never know if that doesn't have to happen. I doubt it does, but again, you take that situation and that's going against them.
And you got mortgage rates going back up.
You got mortgage rates going back up. I mean, and the equities. Again, the equities. It's funny because you go through so many cycles in your life as a trader. I put out this past weekend that I've been doing this for. It was 27 years ago I got my seat. And, you see enough to know when you look at the equities, it's like, could we have a year that's just kind of range bound? Because what I see is a lot of push and pull. I mean, you see strength on lows, you see weakness on highs. Everyone keeps searching for trends. Maybe equities are just like this for months and months and months, and who knows how long this goes, right? Because they didn't go as low as we think. And I think some people were calling for maybe higher highs. I don't know who those people were besides maybe a couple that, mega bulls, but ultimately, I mean, be prepared for a scenario where it's just really a bumpy year, and maybe the only clear trends are
you can have sector trends, likely.
That's what it seems like.
It's going to be, stock pickers or ETF pickers.
Correct.
Are going to be, the way to play it.
Yeah, nimble, stick and move. Like I was when I was younger. Yeah. Shai, you're the best. We'll see you in chat.
Thanks.
Spring and Farm. Good morning.
Morning, Deli. How are we doing?
I'm doing good. Sunday show was good last night, as usual. A few things I pulled out of it. And when I look at the markets today, here we are. You guys were talking about it. We're going to get into your levels here in a little bit. But you have basically the opening range low on the overnight, in the indexes. You heard Shai and I talk about everything that's going on. I mean, everyone's tied to what's happening in oil. Oil pulls back. Equities finally feel good, like they can catch a bid. But, Farm, again, it's like, it's just, if you really peel it back, it's a big consolidation.
Really is. I mean, we're going on 6 months now. Roughly the November low would be the low of that range. And obviously the all-time high would be the top of that range. And, at the overnight low where we opened, it's getting pretty close to the November low. So I mentioned last night, it's like, I kind of don't really want to be short down here. Like objectively, sellers are very much in control, but it's also kind of hard to want to be short down here. So it makes it a little bit tricky. And then, of course, you throw in roll. And what is it? You always say you've got traders doing what they have to do and not necessarily what they want to do. So a lot of that going on today as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's been the thing. I've talked about rollover for many years. This is when people have to do something, not when they want to do something, right? And so when you move from, March into June, Not the easiest day technically as well. I mean, we haven't talked much about roll in here today, just because sometimes during a roll, when you have a major news cycle coming through rollover, it does sometimes tend to, I don't want to say take away a little bit from the roll, but the roll could be, the markets are really busy anyway, and there's a lot of randomness already in the market, and so then it becomes maybe not as noticeable. But again, I don't love rollover. Pax and I have talked about this a million times. Just really, it is tough. It's confusing. Somebody in chat even said a rollover makes it confusing. For sure, it is. All you could do again is look at. I mean, if you're trading, I know everyone's like, well, when do you roll? I mean, I've always been like the guy who's just rolled on the day that it's moved over. It doesn't really matter to me. If it's a little thinner in ES, was always like, whatever, fine, no big deal. I kind of just go with whenever that is. So today we've moved into June. I don't know if you've moved into June yet. Are you going to be showing June charts today?
I've got March up today, and I'll have June on Wednesday. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, let's take a look at the charts. I'll go over a couple things. I'll give some perspective. I don't have a lot to say on equity indexes. I'm not really doing much in them at all. But again, for perspective, I look at it and go, what have we done? We've done nothing. You go back to where we were back in September, and we're in the same price that we were in the middle of September. And why does that matter? It matters because everyone's over anticipating a bigger sell-off in equities. Everyone is, charts have gone blank. Here they are. They're back. I think they're back, yeah. And, on the highs, people are getting over anticipating potential moves higher. And overall, we've just been in a range. Again, I've said this a lot. What we try to help everyone here in the morning is understand market environment. Now, we know we've got a lot going on geopolitically, and we can't control that. There's going to be something that hits the tape from a headline that's out of our control. It is what it is. But if you really look at this trading environment, this is when I really say as a short-term day trader, you don't really even, once you know that we're in a big consolidation, you don't even really need to look at the bigger picture stuff. I know Shai said that we hit the 200-day moving average, and I think that has some relevance and importance for sure. But if you're a really short-term day trader, I almost don't even think you even need to look at the big picture stuff right now. Stay super focused on the short term. Watch what Farm's going to put out for today to look inside the day, because each day is really independent. We're not trending enough in any sort of direction for it to have any significance. What I want to take a look at where I see trends and where I think that in the short term, where I have areas where I think where trades are underway, I think Bitcoin is headed back up to near 80,000. I've talked about this. I've been in and out of Bitcoin futures. I don't own any spot at the moment. I've just been really kind of waiting for the futures to dip, and I've been buying them. As long as we continue to hold like 67K, I put this in my morning note, I think we're headed to 80. Now, here's a market that is actually gone from the market that's total sloppy choppy to the market that I think is actually starting to trend. You see higher lows and potentially higher highs. I like this. Not enough people, I think, trade Bitcoin futures. I think it's a good product when it makes sense. Like I said, I don't trade them a lot, but when they're in play, they're in play. And I think Bitcoin futures are something to keep an eye right now of a market that's in play. I'm going to take a look at crude oil. You've got, this is April. You could take a look at May, which is going to be coming into play soon. 89.63 is a big area for me. Crude oil is going to be moving into May. I think Shai said tomorrow. 89.63 is a big area for crude. You look at this big move lower that we've seen in crude oil here overnight. Again, it's helping equity indexes. I don't see them catching a bid until just below 90. And so if that's the case, crude oil, again, even though I'm not looking to be shorted, if it pulls back down to 89.63, I think it could pull back to there. That's where I'd start to look to buy it again. Short-term moving average. We've been trending higher using that moving. I've been, using an 8, 9, or 10 period moving average, whatever, floats your boat. And my key level is going to be 89.63 because a daily close below 89.63, I think, unwinds this whole move back down to 75. So for me, crude oil, I'm still bullish because I think that this thing is not going to end anytime soon. But this is the area that is pivotal for me. 89.63 holds, market keeps going up. In this area, we're in limbo. Could be a day where just equities kind of control, the bulls kind of take back control because crude oil is looking weak. But keep an eye on crude. 89.63, that's an area where I think it holds. Also, if that's the case, it could be an area where I think equities start to pull back. Let's see what you've got, Farm.
I mean, I normally don't correct people on their levels, but 89.63, really? 89.69, Deli. Come on, let's go.
69. I mean, I can't control sometimes. It prints the wrong thing. It's a mistake. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm going Salma style today. I've got the trading view charts up today because I blew up my Ninja deck last night. Totally my fault. New computer here, but I'll have them ready to go for Wednesday. So I've got the weekly profiles up here, and just zooming out a little bit on ES, you can see that value effectively gapped lower for the week. So that's not particularly bullish. Also, a nice double distribution week to the downside. Now, again, we come into this. I mean, anything sniffing 6,600. To me is range low until proven otherwise. I've got my yearly level down here at 5513 to 60. Wow, 5513, wishful thinking farm. 6513 to 6600, effectively protecting the November low. So again, prospective range low until proven otherwise. Again, as mentioned last night, I do think if we are offering that range from below and the November low, then this can get ugly pretty quickly. And actually, that would still just provide a nice washout and a potential extremely bullish high time frame backtest. I mean, like if we're looking back at 61, 69, for example, the breakout from the prior all-time high in February of last year, that looks amazing to buy. So even that's not like bear market type thing, right? But for this week, you can see we had a spike down on Friday into the close. We made a new low day into the last 30 minutes, and that appears to have been rejected, at least, right? So we opened, didn't trade a tick under that low. As Pax pointed out, it's a very bullish open last night, reclaiming this 66.40 to 47. I mentioned last night it's going to be key all week. So if we do come in and they sell them, and we end up taking out today's low, the overnight low, what have you, carry this forward all week. I think this 66.40 to 66.47 is going to be key on any potential reclaim if we trade lower. Let's keep in mind that this looks amazing. We haven't traded a single minute of cash. And like if you're a seller and you see an inside gap up, it's kind of like my fat ass walking past a pizza buffet. Like I'm going to eat it. You know what I mean? So I think we need to be careful about getting too bullish. We just basically came up here and sniffed volume point of control from last week. And that's sort of a normal reversion trade, right? On a failed break lower, you're going to pop. And once we've reclaimed value, we're probably going to pop back up towards volume point of control. And that's what we've done. I'll flip over to the 5 real quick, but same idea. This 70 to 75 is going to be key. We had some single prints on Friday up here in this kind of 84 to 90 range anyways. I think getting back below that and 70 to 75 opens a move back down to the 40 to 47 spot. So again, we haven't traded a single minute. Inside gap up as of now. It is roll day. There's a whole lot of that going on. Both contracts probably going to be relatively illiquid. So we'll see how this thing moves today. But that's again, so 70 to 75, I think is going to be key to sustain. If this sort of is going to end up being a bit of a gap and go, offering back below there, certainly at this point, coming up to weekly VPOC, I think you get a move to 40 to 47. And if sellers can't get through there, then that's just going to be a long, right? Again, we had a spike. The base of the spike was 34.5. And then low of day on Friday on a cash hours basis was 27. So, I mean, if sellers can't get through there, they can't get through there. You're coming into range low. Again, my tendency is to want to be long near range low if given any reason to be long. So it's again, tricky spot with sellers being in control of these frames, but tough to be short into range low. NQ is a similar picture, and I didn't mention the major LVN on ES. So I mentioned it last night. 67.41 to 67.50 is what I'm using for that. Anything below there, any consolidation below there is objectively bearish. So doesn't mean we can't reclaim it. And if we do, I think there's a lot of trapped sellers offside. So NQ, the analogy or the analogous level to the 40 to 47 spot on ES, I'm going to use 313 to 352. Effectively last Friday's low. We had, if you look at the spot, we had Monday's cash hour low was in that spot. We got Friday's low kind of in that spot. Pretty obvious spot. That'll be key to reclaim again all week if we end up trading lower and then try to come back in and revert. That's going to be a big spot. This 543 to 569 keeps open a trip up to these 750s, and this 835 to 874 is going to be the biggest spot for me. On NQ, I think you need to be very, very careful of failed reclaims, really of any of these spots. There's a lot of supply sitting up there, so you don't want to see, failed reclaims of, this upper distribution from last week. That could potentially be problematic. But I'll flip over to the 5 on NQ. If my fat frozen fingers can type okay. So again, we've got a nice gap up. We are, as of now anyway, sustaining above Friday's value area high. So same type of deal. I don't think you want to get back below this 543 to 569 because it would open a rotation back to 313 to 352. This 495 is going to be a little bit of a gatekeeper for that move. But for today, inside gap up. It is what it is. Watch the open. And, let's see if they come in and they decide it's a great time to buy, or if they're still rolling them, or if sellers decide that they can't pass on the pizza buffet today.
Farm, let's be clear. Nobody could pass a pizza buffet. I mean,
it'd have to be pretty bad
it's just
pizza. It really would be.
I mean, it'd have to be pretty bad pizza. Yeah, I mean, again, looking at your stuff, equity's got a lot of work to do to be in the all clear to the upside. I don't think anyone's even thinking that, but just when you look at it, it's like, again, trade for the day for what it is. Not that day traders should not do that, but when you really look at this tape, in no way, shape, or form have I seen any market or this market show any signs of strength on the highs or any signs of weakness on the lows. This market has been fade near highs, fade near lows, and that's just what it's been. And until I see a character change in this tape, and it could be a headline or something that takes us through aggressively to the upside, I'm very skeptical of buying into any strength or selling into any weakness, right? Unless it's really headline driven for the day. This is what we've seen. And so again, when you talk about all that inventory up there, if the market gets up there and it starts to push through that easily, that would be, I think, a changing character. Wouldn't you think so?
Absolutely. Yep, that's right. And again, coming off range low, you kind of want to give bulls the benefit of the doubt, but it's still just too dangerous to chase into highs, just as dangerous as it is to chase a short into the lows near range low. So,
yep. Yeah, like I began today's segment, traders. We are in a big consolidation for several months. You look at the S&P, it's back to the same price it's been since September. Again, focus on what's happening inside the tape. Of course, be careful of headlines. We'll talk more about those if they come up. Shy will be in the chat. Farm, you're the best, man. Everyone, hopefully you caught the Sunday night show and the new edition with the crypto show. It was great. I was tuning in for the whole 2 hours, and I appreciate you, my brother.
Take care, Deli. Have a good day.
All right, traders. Good morning. Good morning, chat. Hopefully everyone's doing well this morning. People are asking, what's the worst pizza? Domino's? Probably. I don't remember the last time I've had Domino's. Maybe we're going to see the chat turn into what's the worst pizza right now. But again, quick recap, and then, of course, we're going to get into Trade the Open with Tanja and Salma. This morning, we talked a lot about divergence that we're seeing in the metals. You got gold down around $40 to $5,020. You've got copper caught a bit this morning. Shai talked about some news with that driving the price of copper higher. You've got silver down over $1, sitting just above 80, and you've got platinum up. And so you remember when the metal space was the focus where everything was going together, you're now starting to see divergences, which is chopping that tape up a little bit, which I think is interesting, and it could be really good for day traders if you like mean reversion. But don't be buying platinum or selling silver based upon what the other metals are doing. They've moved very independently, and that's been the case for some time. Bonds caught a bid today, and oil is catching an offer. That is why we're seeing equity indexes higher this morning. You could care about the why, you could not care about the why, but the bottom line is you see some relief in oil prices, you see some relief in rates, and equity dip buyers feel pretty good about stepping in. As Farm and I talked about, when you're near these recent lows that we've been in, it's also a lot easier for them to manage risk. But we pull back to the mean a little bit, and the question is, does this day have strength? And we're going to find out from two ladies that kick us off each and every Monday here on NinjaTrader Live. Let's get ready to trade the open with Tanja and Salma. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Doing good. Doing good. We see that the chat's getting a little bit into pizza talk right now. I mean, you guys, well, we have a New Jersey girl, a New York girl, and a Chicago guy. I mean, are we really going to have this debate right now?
Oh, we
Who's
know
got the best
pizza.
pizza?
Oh, yeah.
We know pizza. The three of us.
We should do a NinjaTrader pizza tasting competition.
You know, I've
Oh,
never
God,
had a Chicago deep dish, so
Me neither. Not like a true one. I've only had Pizzeria
yeah.
Uno.
It's funny.
You know, it's
That's
funny. I
funny.
don't really even eat deep dish. I didn't grow up eating deep dish in Chicago. I mean, I was in the western suburbs. We ate thin crust. And so it'd be very interesting to have you guys come to where I ate thin crust as a kid, or some neighborhood pizza versus what you guys have. You know, the one thing that we do different, and which I don't love about New Jersey and New York pizza, is like in Chicago for sausage, because I like sausage on my pizza, we use the like a chunk of sausage. You guys use the rabbit shit one where it's sprinkled on there.
Oh, yeah, we sprinkle it on. Yes.
I wouldn't really
Yeah.
know, but I love a thin crust pizza. Thin
Oh, yeah.
crust
Yeah.
all day long.
Oh, yeah. Same. Yeah. I even like the Neapolitan style. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at us getting into
And we're
pizza
gonna,
talk.
It's
yeah,
Monday
exactly.
morning,
We could go
9
into
a.m.
this all day. Yeah.
Exactly.
So,
I could do this all week.
I know. So here we are coming into today, rollover, not the most favored day by traders. You guys trading March or June today?
I'm on June.
I just took a look at it, and even pre-market, the volume's around the same. So I'm rolling over to June.
So you're going to June? Yeah.
Mhm.
I know it's always that big debate. Like, when should you do it? Whatever. I've always been the guy that's just, they rolled over today. Okay, I'll look at the new contract. What we're going to do, hang on to it for one more day. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I find this time, it's never been a time I've really spent a lot of time in front of the screens anyway. I'm typically gone for this time because I just don't love rollover because the daily charts are off. But in this market, like we talked about this morning, I mean, there's not really anything significant coming out at the daily. I know Shai said earlier this morning, I think the S&P continues to hold the 200-day moving average, but you take that out of the equation, really not much of a trend here. Maybe a little bit in the Russell, but I don't think you guys are trading Russell.
Salma trades it
Maybe.
sometimes.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's right. I did see that. I did see you
She
trade the
trades
Russell.
She trades everything except for the NASDAQ, apparently.
Yeah, this is true. No, Tanya, I took a trade on the NASDAQ last week, and
yeah.
for proof purposes, I sent a screenshot to Leo. I had to just be like, dude, look what I'm in. He's like, WTF are you doing? Like, are you okay? It was awesome.
So
Someone had to come check up on you.
I have to figure this out. She says that she won't trade NASDAQ and moves too much, but she trades silver, Tanya.
Well, not anymore. I haven't touched silver in so long.
She hasn't taken that trade in a couple of weeks, right?
Yeah,
I
I'm
remember
good.
you had a swing trade. You had a pretty nice swing trade long in silver, actually. I remember.
Not anymore. I won't do it.
All right.
Fair enough.
Well, let's take a look at the charts. Who are we going to start with? Let's start with Tanya. Let's pull up Tanya's charts. What are we seeing?
Yeah, I'm looking at the weekly candles, and on the NASDAQ especially, the last 3 weeks have been kind of crazy. It's just 3 weekly dojis, essentially, like wicks both ways. It's just some craziness been going on. And like you said, you can't really press shorts or longs at the extent of the ranges. You have to just pretty much go for mean reversion trades as soon as we hit like any type of sell side. I think that today we had pretty important and bulls stepped in last night at the open at 6 p.m. So we are going to have a gap up. And I think that the open is going to be important whether we come back and fill that gap up or is it going to be a gap and go type of trade. And I think that will be important to know. I mean, we swept that London low from like last Monday when we had a similar trade. Essentially, it looks pretty similar. Like we've been getting all this. It's nothing new. Like you said, there's not really much news to go for today. I don't really see anything on my end. So you just have to continue doing what's the market's been offering, which is mean reversion trades, taking trades at the extreme of the ends, and not really so much for a continuation after we hit a buy side or sell side. So I'll be like marking at the Friday high. I think that's interesting, but I think it would be helpful to have a pullback into some of that RTH gap. We're going to have a big pretty big gap up in the NASDAQ from where we closed on Friday to where we're opening today. And we're just going to have to play it by ear, essentially.
Yep. All right, well, let's go take a look at what Salma has. Salma, now I know that you and XY have had this debate about a gap. When we open today, what gap are you looking at? And we'll see if XY is listening. Well, it's too early for XY to be here. But
No,
was
no,
it
no.
Chris?
It was
Yeah.
with Chris. Yeah. I don't know. I like to just do like wick to wick, but I know some people do like open to close or whatever. I think it's just like it's very, very similar. I don't know if there's really a right or wrong way to do it, but I've always just done wick to wick. Just been easier on the eyes for me. Yeah. So for overnight, I really like the fact that, you know, on Twitter, everybody was calling for a doomsday, what's going to happen at the open, and then we opened relatively flat. I like the fact that we didn't make new lows, so we didn't take out like current month's low or anything like that. Buyers really saved the day there. So for today, my main focus is going to be ES. I do have all the other indexes up on another monitor, so I will be looking at them to see if anything looks good there. But right now, just taking a look at all of them, I think ES is set up is probably the best. I have this like downward trend line that I drew on the hourly. You know, the previous hour candle, we closed right below it. So that puts us in a pretty interesting spot going into the open and going into the 4-hour close. You know, I want to see, do we finally close above this and then start going higher, or do we reject and come back lower, right? And so I have marked out my targets for the downside, and I marked out my targets for the upside. So on the upside, I do have 67.87 and then 68.11, and then downside 67.02, 66.58. I'll probably keep these for, I don't know, maybe today into tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see how we move, right? And then just like Tanya said, for me personally, I have to remind myself that this market, there hasn't been too much follow through, and I am the type of trader that likes to get in and I like to hold for those targets. But if I'm not going to get that in this market, then I need to remind myself of that and be in and out as quick as I could, really. So I'm going to try to be a little bit more conservative with my take profits and just try to be nimble.
Yeah, no, it's 100% true. You know, I made the comment earlier. I said when I was in my younger days and I was scalping more of the stick and move. And, you know, I try to hold things these days, and it's funny. It's just not been good for me. I mean, everything comes back. Short, you know, trail it, comes back. You know, long, trail it, comes back, no matter what market I've been trading. It's like, if you're not taking the profit, it's just not been great. Of course, today it'll just be a ripper and just never pull back, right? But ultimately, that's the tape we've had, and it would be a change, as we talked about with farm and character, if we started to see the market actually like move up or down with any significance and break out and sustain it. Maybe the NASDAQ has done a little bit of that to the downside, but even for the most part, I think it's been mostly contained this year. It just feels so rangy. And again, it's a day trader's market, and that's good for all of you in the streams and in the chat. So again, we'll wait to see what brings from the open today. A couple things before I leave you, ladies, today. First off, everybody hit like and subscribe. Tomorrow is the 17th. It's our 1-year anniversary. Isn't that crazy, Tanya? 1 year ago tomorrow, you and I were on for the first show.
Wow, that feels like it was yesterday. Wow. Yeah, I remember when I came back down there in Naples for the launch. Wow.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
So I know. Tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary, and how much we've grown throughout the year has been pretty incredible. I'll talk about that more tomorrow. But chat, you guys are the best. No better chat in the business than what we have here on NinjaTrader Live. If you're new to the network, hit like and subscribe. Don't miss an episode of what we have. And we're going to be in Miami next month. We haven't talked much about that. You two are both going to be there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. So
I'm excited.
Chat, if you want to join us in Miami, production, let's put that link in there. Sign up. Get on the wait list for it. I think it's filling up. I'm not sure if it's already completely. I don't know if it's been booked yet or what have you, but you got to get on the list to have an opportunity to be in Miami with us. We're going to be in London, Chicago. We're going to come see the girls in New York. We're going to be in several places. throughout the year. So if you want to get on the list for these meetups, click on that link right there. And that's for all the meetups this year, by the way. That's not just for Miami. And so we're going to be in Miami next month. That's going to be a lot of fun. So anyway, ladies, chat, appreciate all of you. You guys have a great day.
Thanks,
you.
Deli. You too. And then there were two. Hi, Tanya.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. You seem chipper and lively.
Oh yeah. It's a beautiful Monday morning. Can't even see outside my window.
Yeah, it's foggy as hell. It's raining by you?
It's like raining so much. Yeah, it's like, but the weekend we had some nice weather for sure. So yeah, I'm in a good mood whenever I wear my bear sweaters. My little, this
Oh,
one's
that's
playing
funny.
golf.
Oh yeah, I gotta see that. That's cute. I like it.
It's playing golf. Look.
Does this mean you're bearish going into today?
No, but it brings me very good luck.
I see what you did there.
Nah, but honestly, yeah, this market's been so annoying just to trade. I think
Yeah.
last week was all right. Like Monday was good when we were on with those longs, but other than that, had a bunch of like break even days. It's just you get tired. You get tired. You get tired of the back and forth, so much back and
Yeah.
forth.
Yeah. I mean, like I said before, like I am the type that, I like to see some type of continuation or at least give me the move I'm looking for, right? And the market just has not been doing that. And
Mhm.
so it's definitely been a little bit tough to adjust to.
Mhm.
Friday, though, I tuned into Pax's segment. And I gotta say, just listening to him talk definitely resonated with me because I just completely took the day off. Like, I was like, I'm not gonna do it, not gonna put myself at risk. I was a little bit green from the overnight trades Thursday going into Friday, and I was like, why do I even need to be trading this?
Yeah.
And so, Pax, if you're listening, I gotta give you your kudos.
He
You
had
saved
an
me on Friday.
impact. He had an
Dude,
impact.
because like I went on Twitter after and everybody was talking about how much they struggled and how like, some people unfortunately blew up or like whatever. And I'm like, well, thank God I just did not have to deal with any of that.
Yeah,
It
Friday
was,
was whack for sure.
yeah.
Hmm. Pax is the voice of reason. He's the voice that you need to hear sometimes, for sure.
No, seriously, I love tuning into those Friday segments.
Hmm. Yeah, no, we're at Monday. Monday's a whole new day, whole new week. We have rollover.
Um,
We don't really have much news today.
well, so we have FOMC on Wednesday, so
Yeah.
market could be a little bit, I mean, I don't know how slow, choppy we will be considering we'll be moving on these headlines, but definitely something to keep in mind.
For sure.
I don't know about you, but I hate FOMC weeks.
Like the beginning of the week's pretty slow, yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
Then do
I mean,
you trade the FOMC release?
so like I haven't, and I honestly can't recall the last time that I really traded it, but I am on for trade the close Wednesday. You're on, I think. Are we on together?
Um, I'll have to
Yeah.
check up on that. I think so.
Hold on, I'll tell you right now. I think you are. Yeah. No.
No, I don't think I have the invite for that one. So I'm off. You'll be on. I'm happy then.
Damn.
Okay, you'll be on for the FOMC release.
Yeah, I'll be on. I think Jim and maybe Craig, I don't know who else, they'll be doing like the actual 2 to 2:30. They'll talk about it. They'll
Okay.
be doing coverage on that, and then we'll come in a little bit later at 2:30 to 4 p.m. But yeah, I'll probably do little to nothing.
Mhm.
I'm very, very, very aware of like what red folder, data or like what's going on in the market that doesn't really resonate with my edge. And I know where my weaknesses are, so it has helped to just chill and do nothing on those days.
That's all you need to know. Self-awareness.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
So the ATR the past 4 or 5 days has been like around almost 500 points on the Nasdaq, and on ES it's been 113 points. Today we already moved how much on the ES? We already moved 96 points. And
Sheesh.
NASDAQ, we moved already 411 points. So like 80% of the ATR. This is kind of similar to what we were dealing with on Friday, actually. It's kind of similar. They moved before the open even started. We had about 80% of the ATR already on the day. So we had a large expansion overnight, and that's pretty much. I hate trading those types of moves because it's like I'd rather be trading after large like accumulation overnight, and then we have a clear manipulation, and then I take the other side, the distribution. So um I don't like that we already had a pretty big expansion overnight.
Yeah, I mean,
So
it's tough because you don't know, are we gonna stay inside that range? Are we gonna expand and, go further? It's a little tough since we're already
yeah.
80% of the way there.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I don't see a good RR for me to get long right now, and I don't really
Hmm.
want to fade either. And then also, I feel like it could just consolidate because of we already had an overnight move. So it's the first day if it's a rollover, it's rolling over, and it's Monday, and we have FOMC, so I'm not really in a rush. Like,
No,
you have
I'm
your
with
whole
you on that.
career, yeah. I have Pax's voice in the background.
I told him we'd be on today, so maybe he'll pop in. I know he's not trading today. Um, he doesn't trade the rollover.
Hmm.
That Monday, I think he just doesn't trade.
Hmm. Fair enough.
Yeah. Then I have to redraw everything on my with rollover. It messes me up a little bit. Gotta
I just keep
redo
it
all
on the
my
continuous
drawings.
contract, so
Yeah, I might actually do that. I might switch.
do it.
We shall see.
Most of chat is bullish.
Are
Says
they?
54% bullish. Yeah, makes sense. 23% bearish and 22% neutral.
Neutral sounds
That's where
good for
I'm at
now.
today.
Yeah. Gonna be a little bit mindful of that gap, like you mentioned. We'll be gapped up. See if they start to fill that gap or if we just freaking open and continue going up higher. We'll see. I definitely want to see what this 4-hour candle does on this downtrend.
Hmm. Find out.
I find it so funny that like we're green right now. Not for
Oh
anything
yeah.
other than like everyone on Twitter just I don't know. Everyone was so bearish over the weekend. It's like, well, nothing even happened.
Well, the Friday was quite a big push lower. And
Yeah.
then just like that, yeah, like, people who want to hold shorts over the weekend typically are not being rewarded lately, you know?
Honestly, I think it's really tough to swing anything. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, why would you really do that to yourself knowing that, you
Anything could
know,
change at any time with all these
exactly,
headlines. Yeah. I
exactly.
agree. I haven't swung anything in a long time for sure.
Yeah.
Just not worth the risk.
No, and it's again, we've been saying on Ninja, it's not a swingers market, really. It's a day traders. So even if you do swing and you want to take that risk on, it's like, are you gonna be rewarded? Probably not. Probably not.
Have you traded oil, Salma?
No, I have not. But like I watch Jack do it all the time. He tried convincing me to take shorts with him the other day, and I was like, nope, I won't do it. There's no way. Have you?
No, but I've been watching it. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's, it's funny because it's like, a couple months ago it was gold, then it was silver, and now it's oil. And people just flock to what's whatever, like the most popular, but I won't touch crude.
Bitcoin's inching up. I think
Oh
that's
yeah.
interesting. I definitely think that that could start like getting some speed soon if it stays above like 72,000.
It's almost at 74. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Could get to 80,000 this week.
Let's go. I guess it was a good time for Ninja to add the crypto segment on Sundays.
Mm-hmm.
Leaking Blob, we're both on June contracts.
Mm-hmm.
We have rolled.
We have rolled, as she said. Rick rolled.
Just sounds cool. We have rolled. All right.
Get the open in 5 minutes. How much are we up today so far already? We're up 1% in both, essentially. Okay. 0.8%, 1.4%, 1.08%, 0.9%. Okay.
I think the Russell's up the most, right? No, hold on. Yeah. Russell's the strongest right now. Uh, Gore, I think the volume is relatively the same on both March and June, so you can roll if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, guys. What do you think? Are we gapping and going? Are we gonna reject and start filling the gap to the downside? Are we gonna do nothing at the open? Let's go. Let's see predictions. See what chat is thinking. We are really at it could go either way, and I hate to say that, but it's true.
I agree.
Yeah, it's a weird spot to open up at.
Mm-hmm.
All right, chat wants pullback at the open.
Pull back to long probably because they're mostly bullish.
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, yeah, chat seems to be pretty split.
Someone said
Tanya,
overnight scam in place now, rug pull.
wait, what?
Someone said
Overnight scam?
overnight scam in place now, rug pull. It's funny. It's
I'm not
funny
gonna
when people talk
lie,
about the indices as if it's like a meme coin.
rug pull, yeah. The overnight movement was so weird. Like it was just nonstop pushing. I don't know if any of you guys were watching, but it was like every time I thought we would like start to slow down or see some kind of pullback, it was just like ripper, ripper, ripper. So I see what they mean by that overnight scam. It just felt so fake, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Because
here we are.
you're trading it. Were
I,
you?
I was, yeah,
Oh my
unfortunately.
gosh.
Honestly, though, yesterday I really regretted it. I wished I wasn't.
Okay. You love to trade the Sunday open then. Fair enough.
If I see something, I'll take it. Okay. Let's come on lower time frames here.
Here we are. Here we are. I like to just stay on the 15 at the open and then take a look at something.
I'm gonna mark
Let's see the
Pax's.
RTH gap, yeah. Oof. Where we closed on Friday to where we opened. We are gapping up like 300 points.
I marked Pax's 30-second OR. Just keep that there. And yeah, that's a nasty gap. Wow.
But I honestly feel like it might just consolidate and slowly drop lower to fill some of the gap, at least half of it. I don't know. I just have a feeling it's not really much else than that because huge push up, not really much news FOMC Wednesday. So I'll mark out like 50% and 100% of the gap. That's kind of what I'll do, but see what happens here.
Yeah, this is pretty weird open so far.
Somewhat equal highs at the at NASDAQ from the pre-market to what we did at 9:30 or what we're doing now.
Around like 24,900, right?
I was just thinking about like what we just had pre-market, like 24,680. I don't know. We'll see if it what it does to pre-market high. The sweeping
Oh,
reverse.
you're still on the other contract. Okay.
Oh, are we? Am I right now? I
Yeah.
just put okay then. Yeah, I am actually.
Because yeah,
Let me
I
take
don't
a
think
look at my
continuous.
NinjaTrader. What's on? Yeah, I'm still on the other contract actually.
Yeah, I don't think continuous has switched just yet on
Probably it's
TradingView.
always by Tuesday. They do it on Tuesday. Hmm. Hmm. I'm gonna check the volume right now to see which one has more.
Yeah, I see. I think they're pretty much the same.
They're the same exact, like 93,000. March has a little bit more. Okay, I'm gonna go, honestly, I'm gonna move it to the June.
YM is pulling back here. Nasty drop.
Yeah, you're right. The eight, like 900s, yeah.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
24 900s. Okay.
I have that marked as the monthly open on the NQ on that June con. But I don't know if my indicator is messed up or not. Let me see. I
Let's see.
think that might be right.
Yeah,
I don't know.
930s is the monthly open. Close.
Okay, I'm on you're on
I'm on the June.
okay. Yeah. I'm on micro, so maybe that could be the
Okay, yeah.
difference. But
Okay, fair enough.
yeah, let's see. We got to keep in mind Nvidia has some type of conference that's going on as well, which could be pushing up tech. But usually those events are like, they end up being a sell the news type of thing. So just got to keep that in
Yeah,
mind.
by
It's
the
probably
rumors.
why Nasdaq is pushing.
By the rumors, sell the news.
Yeah. Let's see. Still really not seeing much.
Yeah, Nasdaq's above that pre-market high.
Yeah.
We'll
So
see
it's
if it
really
has
the
the strength
strongest
to
one right
go
now.
to previous day high, or is it just gonna wiggle back and forth? So far, that's a pretty strong 5-minute candle.
Yeah. Everything's really pushing here except the YM.
Yeah.
There goes the Russell.
Hmm.
I hate when we have some sort of divergence. You got YM just made new lows. Russell made new highs.
I feel like YM's always like doing whatever is
Do
opposite of
Yep,
Nasdaq.
bro. That's funny. She got a mind of her own or its own.
That's true.
Yeah. I have a resistance level on NQ at around 963 on the new contract. Got a fib level up there. Really close to it.
For Nasdaq, 960.
Yeah, 963. It's basically the 0.618 on the month from high to low.
Okay.
So we'll see what we
I
do
honestly
there.
think that the Nasdaq just moved around 500 points. Let's see. Since
It's
overnight,
ATR.
let's see. 430. Okay. Very close to it. Like 490s, 497. It's 5-day TR.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Is
well,
it really hard for
YM
me to just go
is.
long here? I mean, it doesn't make too much sense for me to do that.
I'm with you on that. I just don't like.
It's just it gives me it gets the vibes of like, well, longing at the extreme of the range,
Gives you the
longing in
heebie-jeebies.
period. I mean, longing in a pure premium, yeah, yeah.
Tracy in the chat said Trump just announced he is having a new conference today, so heads up. Great. Thanks,
Okay, what?
Tracy. And we just got an edge alert from Jim.
Mm-hmm.
Lot of divergence at this open.
Yeah, the Dow's just looking sad.
I don't really love this. We can just hang tight for a little bit. At least YM is still holding this one level here at 47,195. We lose that, then things probably can get even uglier on it. Oh, there you go. Green 5-minute candle on the YM. Who would have thought?
Oh, okay.
Within like the last 2 seconds, it just like turned green.
Interesting.
Now that the NASDAQ looks like it wants to drop.
Yeah. I don't know. I get the vibes of possible consolidation today. Either
I
that
wouldn't.
or ES picking up actually.
Dude, it's the YM. YM just freaking did. Dude,
Oh
what
wow.
the hell is. You're right. It does its
Wow,
own thing.
YM just pushed up like 100 points in a minute. Wow. Okay.
Dude, you're so right. It just does the opposite of
Yeah.
everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is freaking crazy.
Okay.
I guess it's good.
Mhm.
Yeah, wow.
It's rough. I mean, NASDAQ, let's see, this previous hourly low was 837, 24,837. It did take it out by like 2 ticks, the NASDAQ, the previous hourly low. But also, we took out the last hourly candle high. We're having an outside candle there on the hourly. ES was a little stronger there. It didn't take out the previous hourly low. Wonder if that holds. Will we make another new high of day for the NASDAQ? Because, I could see this 3-minute holding.
We're
Right
just
now,
pushing.
it's wicking and potentially it'll push.
Yeah, looks like ES wants to carry the NASDAQ here. Damn. YM with the Uno reverse.
Something must have had come out.
Yeah, I don't know what this is, but it's moving. Like next level here I have on the YM would be 47,368. See if we reject that. If not, I mean, we're going to previous day high. Don't see how we don't.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
Yeah, NASDAQ's weaker. It's chilling. It's 5-minute, 3-minute FEG it created since the open.
The 15-minute on the NASDAQ is really ugly, honestly. If it closes like this.
Oh, yeah.
You got wicks on both sides. All right, there's almost the first 15 minutes of the day is in, and we have 15 more minutes until the 4-hour candle closes. As of right now, it looks like we want to break that downward trend line on the ES. See what happens by 10.
You would break that trend line. Do you just you're gonna just enter long?
No, I wouldn't, honestly, only because like
It's not far. The next target's not too far away.
yeah, and the fact that like I would just want to see what we do after, right? I mean, either way, I like to always, for the most part, on Mondays, like to wait for that first sorry,
The 4 hour.
for the 4 hour to close, yeah, and then see what I want to do. Once this closes, though, I'll go on lower time frames and then see if there's a setup. I mean, if we're gonna long, then I'll look for a retest of the 9 EMA and go from there. Nasdaq starting to move too here.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, guys, it looks like it might be a
Gap and go.
go. Yeah. It's we have no regard for that that gap we just left. Just been going, going, going.
Let's see if the Nasdaq will make a new high of day, like a nice reaction. If it'll
There it is.
expand past there.
There it is. Tanya, we gotta go back and see how many Mondays since we've been on together that we've just ripped. We need to just blindly start longing.
Oh no.
Just close our eyes and long.
Hey, don't have to close your eyes. We had on last Monday, it didn't just do that. It definitely stopped people out a bunch of times before it ripped.
I mean, guys, look at this heat map. It's just green, 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 green. Everything is green. Holy. Wow.
For was that S&P?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Everything is just freaking green.
Well, we did like just start off the day up 1%, right?
Fair.
So right now, what are we up? 1.3%, 1.2%. Okay. Ripping.
Yeah. Yep. Should have known not to trust the YM. She was lying to us.
That was a good call out. Like, that was the weakest and it started picking up, so.
Literally Uno reverse.
Mm-hmm. Manipulations.
It's crazy. I understand now why PAX hates the YM. It's making a lot of sense. Oh, nice job, Morty.
Makes
Someone
sense.
in the
I mean,
chat
the
took
Pax's like a 30-second opening range worked well in ES and in NASDAQ. The YM, yeah, first faked people out to the downside for sure.
She's a faker. That's why I'm gonna start calling the YM the faker. But yeah, I mean, this is crazy. I don't really see anything as of right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait until the next hourly open.
I mean, yeah, me too. Look at
No,
the
my God.
YM. The YM on the 5 minute off that one level that I called out. Wow, we're coming right back within it. Well, I don't know, guys. This is actually a really tricky open, to be honest with you.
Hmm. I mean, I hope that yeah, I'd hope that the 930 low just holds then. If we can have like an easy uptrend day, that would be great.
Yeah,
Not even that. I'd hope that the 944 low holds on the Nasdaq, but we'll see where we're tracing again. I'd hope that, yeah, that 944 low should hold then. If we're gonna get like a low resistance move up higher.
Sorry, I was answering a question in the chat. Seeing an 800 lot sitting at 67.71 on the ES, guys. Oh, and a 1200 lot on 67.67 as well. Just came in. Trying to learn order flow, Tanya. Been hanging out with the order flow guys too much.
It's good.
Tanya's like, cool story, bro. Don't tell it again.
Where'd you say that there's orders for?
67.67, we have 1200 lot, and then 67.71, 800 lot. So about between the two, 2000.
All
See
right.
what happens if they get filled. Yeah, I'm trying. I've been spending time in front of the screens. I'm also trying to get the lingo down too, so like I don't say anything wrong.
Oh, don't worry. In trading, there's like lingo for everything, and like one concept will be a different name and a different
True.
and a different strategy, and then people start arguing with you.
Yeah, like, dude, it's not that serious. It's not that serious.
I just marked out 10 a.m. and want to just mark out when the next hourly candle will open, and then I'll mark out 10 a.m. open. We'll see if what it's gonna do. It's definitely not like in a hurry.
No, I mean, yeah, we pushed up, but like
Yeah, wished up
this
made a
is
second new high day also. But right now it's retracing again. Yeah. Pretty deeply for the Nasdaq. ES a little bit better. Yeah, I think that 940 low should probably stay intact if it's gonna remain bullish for ES.
yeah, let's see. I still think for me, ES does look like the best one for me to trade this morning. If I do end up taking something, it'll be ES for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean it's stronger. It didn't fake people out too much like YM did.
YM's a faker. That would have been a great move to catch, though. I'm not gonna lie. Anyone who caught YM longs off the low, good job. Tim, I don't think either one of us is having any issues. Probably try to see it if you can connect from mobile, like on the app. All right, got 5 more minutes left. And then we'll see what happens. So Tanya, were you on the first ever stream when Ninja revamped?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. That's
Well,
cool.
I'm called the OG.
That's really, really cool. That was like you just did that by yourself for the open?
Yeah.
Damn,
Well,
that's pretty
I've been
badass.
doing it by myself for the open for a while. It's until you and me started doing it together. It's like, oh,
Okay,
well, yeah, like Salma. Let's do it. Her
let's
now.
go.
Mm-hmm. Because I'm just used to it because I have my own stream, my own YouTube channel. So for me,
Yeah,
actually, it's sometimes easier if it's just my own thoughts and and
right.
I just talk out loud nonstop.
Oh, you could still do that here.
Yeah, for sure. I still do that. I say exactly what I'm thinking about. Like last week when we longed, it was pretty epic. It was pretty fun. Here it's all in all, it's like pretty strong, but it also kind of slow here at the open. Since the open, what's the range? So it's been almost 30 minutes. Range for ES has been 30 points. Nothing to sneeze at, but the NASDAQ 100 points. Okay. I think people are used to more like 200. I do wonder if we're going to come back down and retest like this pre-market high level for ES. Now it's like just a tap down actually to dig into this 3-minute OB. We might just start ripping again here.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Let's see what happens at 10 a.m. open. And then maybe it's a momentum play up to Friday's high. That wouldn't be out of the question. As soon as the
Oh,
market starts hearing that you're moving kind of slow, it's like, all right, bet.
well, Tracy just dropped a headline in the
Oh,
chat.
yeah.
Trump says Iran is not ready for a deal, and somehow
Okay.
we rip
Okay.
on that.
Yeah, that's what you got to be careful with. I think on Friday, yeah, I took like same thing. Like I was in a long and it stopped me out near the beginning of the day because of the headline. But same thing, I was just like, capital preservation Friday. I really just took long in like 3 of my accounts. All right, here we are, new high day for the NASDAQ and ES.
Yep, wow. YM is just nonstop. Yeah, so YM and the Russell already took out previous day highs.
Oh,
Let me
wow.
see what on QES do. But yeah, guys, it looks like on the 4-hour ES has finally broken that downtrend. So I'll be looking for a retest for longs to try and get in if they'll give us some sort of pullback.
Yeah, so far we made higher highs, higher lows on the day. Pretty good. Holding pretty good. See this 10 a.m. open soon. It's just important it holds the momentum.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
So we did hold like the 940 low and the 944 low for NASDAQ.
Here we go. Looks like it wants to keep going. Oh, didn't mean to do
Okay,
that.
10 a.m. open is here. I'll mark out 10 a.m. open. Is there another headline on that?
Yeah, this is crazy.
Quite a big drop on the NASDAQ, 40 points in 30 seconds.
All right, I set a limit. I don't even know if we'll get down there right now, but I did it for at the 9 EMA, 67.60 on ES. See what happens. Tracy said there was no headline, just roll.
What'd you say?
She said there was no headline.
Oh no. Okay. Got you. Yeah, I was just looking that up. Yeah, he's speaking right now though. Yeah. Trump says war, Iran not ready for deal. Trump says war will end soon. Trump says cost of conflict is negligible. And Trump declines to comment on deploying ground troops in Iran. Okay.
I think I heard a war will end soon, probably every single day since it
Yeah, I
started.
agree.
It's the same kind of news that's been moving us. Nothing new, really.
Seems like a pretty good wick there on the ES.
Well, I don't like that. It was so close to
You're
filling my
felt
limit, yeah. Yeah, this thing wants to go. Still want to watch that 963 level on NQ. I need to redraw my levels, so I'm very limited here with what I have in front of me.
we're
Now that
back
we rolled.
above 10 a.m. open on ES. Yeah. About to be on the NASDAQ as well. I hear oil futures extend losses, US crude down by 5% and by $5 a barrel. All right.
Where are you reading that?
Walter Bloomberg. All right, we could not stay above 10 a.m. open, so I'll be like happy to wait for a more momentum above 10 a.m. open to go for previous day high. But if nothing shows up, I'll just be chilling. Let's see. But Nasdaq did bounce on its pre-market high there, that pullback.
I literally
It
just
is
want to
weird we
pull
had that
back.
wick and now we're just dropping back again. Okay.
I just want to pull back enough to fill my limit and then slingshot back up. I don't want to see any drawdown
Okay. See it happen.
in a perfect world.
In a perfect world.
Yeah, just straight to TP, guys. No drawdown. Hit my limit to the tick and send us. Smart Trade Paolo, I have my limit set at 67.60.
Oops.
MEA is asking Salma, how do you determine your risk? So I always just do TP and stop loss based off of the chart. So my stop loss is going to be at the 30-second OR high, and then my TP is going to be, hold on, let me give you exact level. It's going to be previous day high at 67.87. So it's just literally always based off of levels on the chart, never really like, you know, it's not based off of RR. Like, I only want to lose $200 and I want to make 500. It's never like that. But again, like I said earlier, though, market hasn't really been giving us those continuation moves. So I need to just be mindful of that and be a little bit quicker to take my profits or to stop out or to be a little bit more conservative with my my targets.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. I mean, real G's don't need stops. Oh,
Who
that's
said
for
that?
not real G's. Oh, you got Joe in the chat. Real
That was
G's don't
funny.
use stops.
Okay.
Did they? Wait, is that an old clip or did they just clip me saying that? That's an old clip. That's funny.
Oh, you said that? That's
I don't remember. Yeah, I
oh
don't even. I don't remember saying that. They're so good. That's funny.
woohoo.
They're not giving us anything here, really.
I guess we'll find out when this 15-minute might close, if it closes really green. We're right at
Yeah.
that 10 a.m. open again.
Oh, there's another pop.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. All right. Might have to change my entry.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's NQ approaching that 963 level. See what it does there. Why is Salma always right when Jack is not around? Have I not been right around Jack? It was just on Thursday, guys. It was just one time.
Now they're trolling.
It's messed up, yo. All right, we got 5 minutes left on the 15.
Yep.
I mean, the way the 15-minute candle is looking right now, it's not looking that great, to be honest with you. But, 5 minutes is a long time, so
It's
we'll
been
see.
playing around that like 10 a.m. open level, yeah. That's yeah, 5 minutes a lot can happen.
Seriously. No, seriously. A lot can happen. And there we go. God.
Pushing off that 10 a.m. open. Let's see if it continues.
It's gonna continue. Yeah. Wow. They're gonna send this to what would have been my TP. All right, screw this. Canceled my limit order. It's not looking like they're gonna come back down.
I get something else.
Yeah. Maybe we retest this 0.5 on the month so far. Is that the midpoint on the month? Hold on. Yeah. Wait, no, I lied. I'm sorry. It's not. It's the midpoint of last week.
The midpoint of last week. Okay.
Yeah, that's just how it's how I drew my fibs just from like the most recent high to low. And it just so happened to be last week. Carlos, it's going good so far. We haven't really done much. I mean, just taking it easy, being patient here. No reason to really rush. So, just chilling.
Mm-hmm.
Keep switching between time frames. And Q below that 63 level right now. You have a minute and a half for the 15-minute candle to close.
Mm-hmm.
No, yacht. I'm not. Kind of want to try again with the long limit, but it's a little bit riskier now, in my opinion.
No risk, no Rari. Sometimes, yeah, I think I'll see if If we hold that 10 a.m. open on ES, we come back above it, I feel like I might just end up trying something. Just follow this uptrend.
Yeah, I mean, no need to really fade the trend, but that 15-minute has me a little bit, kind of hesitant.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Let's see. I might try it again. Still nothing.
I think it looks pretty good. Let's see in the next minute if it goes back above that 10 a.m. open. If it stays above it, I mean. It's right at it. Okay. Nothing for me yet. Might reject this little 1 minute and take out maybe some people that have been holding their longs and stops in the 900s for NASDAQ. We'll see. Kind of want it to just come back above this little swing high.
You gonna get in
Because
longs?
this could just be like creating some equal highs near previous day high for maybe for it to take it out later in the week, like during the FOMC. That's what I'm kind of thinking about. Could be that. It's wicking. It's
Jeez.
wicking. Are we
Yeah.
coming back above that little area?
Just want a slight pullback. Chat, am I asking for too much?
Yeah, apparently.
Apparently, it feels that way. Yeah, this is about to be sad if it just goes from here.
Yeah, it looks pretty decent. I'll try a scalp long in a couple of seconds here. Yeah. Versus that wick low.
I don't know. I have mixed
Yeah, hold
signals
this
here.
10 a.m. open. Okay. I'm in this.
Go. I hope it pushes.
Let's see how this goes. Maybe it's just enticing me for the longs, who knows? But what's that? It's a pretty good RR. 87 to 87s.
What's your target? 87?
Ready to stay high.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Oh, you took ES.
Yeah, I did because
Oh, wow.
it's just stronger, you know.
Wow, look at you go. We're converting her, guys.
I don't know. We'll see.
Let's go. I really, really like that 87 target. Yeah, 100%. I wish it would come back for me.
I think I could even add some more, but it's not really the cleanest of. We'll see. I'll buy some more there. I'm in this.
Damn, you go,
We'll
Tanya.
see.
I'm canceling my order. I don't think they come down another 13 points.
It's gonna raise my stop up now that I added.
Good stuff.
We'll see.
They're already saying get out the money gun.
Uh-oh, no. Guys, don't jinx it. That was kind of scary though, you guys. It did retrace a ton from my entry. Like, I don't know, it was retracing a ton, but my stop was at the 68s. Let's see how we do here. Hopefully not too much zigzag.
No, it looks good.
It's
I mean,
making
above,
that would be good.
yeah, above that,
Isn't Nasdaq making you high yet? Did it make a new high yet? Yeah,
no.
it did. It
Did
did
it?
at 21. Okay, so I'm happy with just moving that stop up to the last swing low. 6169. Farm would be proud. Let's just stay above that 10 a.m. open and just, yeah, curl up. That would be good. Okay, I'm just gonna chill here now. Can I get a headline in my favor, please?
Oh, that would be awesome.
That never happens to me.
Just, it's rare that it does for me too, so I hear you. The only thing that's I don't want to say worrisome, but like the Russell is pulling back here, still holding its previous day high as support. It's the only one that's red on the 15-minute. Seeing how that goes, watching it. Okay, guys.
A whack on ES.
What is it?
The 5 is kind of whack.
The very wiki for
I know, right?
ES. I mean, come on, it's not like you, ES. Been hanging around the
It's right
Nasdaq
at
too
that
much.
10 a.m. open now. I'm hoping it wicks this and just pops up now. Okay, wicked, stopped right at it. Let's see some continuation higher now. That would be lovely.
All right, while we wait for Tanya's trade to pan out, well, can we get those likes up, guys? We have 1,600 of you lovely people watching. First off, thank you for hanging out with us on this Monday morning. Be really appreciative if you guys can pump up those likes. And if you haven't already, please subscribe. We're very close to 200K subscribers. And tomorrow's the 1-year anniversary of the revamp of NinjaTrader Live.
Let's go.
Huge. Thank you, guys. Is it downpouring by you? Because I hear it right now. It's really bad.
Let me see.
It's coming down. And I have my AirPods
Oh wow, yeah, I can barely see outside. It's very
Yeah.
foggy. Yeah.
All right, I think I might take this on the Russell here. I might try a little something. No, don't go yet. Hold on. It's already moving. Damn, what would even be my target? Jeez. What?
Nothing. It's just funny is like how it doesn't want to wait sometimes.
Seriously, I just want to get in, please.
What I'm kind of eyeing on ES is it might pull back into its 15-minute FEG, and I'm like okay with that. I have like a really tight stop, so if it wants to do that, I'm fine with that. If it wants to get back below like the 67.13s, I mean, what is it? What's this low actually? Sorry. I mean, on the June contract, that is the 67.63s.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
in.
but I'm a really tight stop here at 67.69. We'll see. When I've been kind of just
Arm would be proud.
even. It's been teasing for sure.
Well, we can full screen this now.
The fact that it hasn't like dropped, bumped up already though, I don't know. How many times do we have to hang around this 10 a.m. open? It's beyond me.
This is kind of the same movement that we were doing overnight though on the ES where we would
Yeah.
like pop and then chop for like whatever 45 minutes, pop again, chop. So you gotta
All
be
right.
kidding me.
I took that quick stop out then. Whatever, minus 380. Not my full risk. This is kind of just trying momentum. And the momentum dried up when I entered, of course. Yeah.
Sometimes you just can't make it up.
No, just be like that. Sometimes it's fine. Wants to pause here. So I could get to the 63s. I can see a bunch of people having their stops at 63, 67. All right, well,
I'm
I already
out.
just dropped a lot more lower than my stop loss, so small losses are a pleasure there.
Someone in the chat, Thomas said, would you both please explain your stop loss placement for those trades? I mean, I kind of got out of mine manually, but the reason for why it was there was because it was just a little bit lower than the 15-minute 9 EMA. Yeah, I didn't want to see us really get here, but
For me,
unfortunate.
it was simply just a 1 minute low, and then we were hanging above that 10 a.m. open. So if it was going to be a momentum trade, we should have held above it and just ran from that. So like a 1 minute swing low below 10 a.m. open. And yeah, I'm very happy with like that stop loss placement because as soon as we broke that, like we dropped another like 10 points immediately in the ES, and on NASDAQ, that's like another 50-point drop lower. It's all right.
Yeah, and the reason also for my entry was the Russell was holding previous day high, fairly decent as support, which also aligned with the 9 EMA on the 5 minute. Of course, as soon as I enter, that's the same 5 minute candle that we get close below previous day high as well as close below the 9 EMA. So that was it.
Alrighty. I just kept a very short stop because of the 15-minute on ES.
NQ back at its monthly open here at 24,902.
I think it was kind of interesting here that 1021. Also, that was why I just decided to move my stop up a lot. 1021, the Nasdaq did take a new high of session. ES did not do it, so there's an bearish SMT there.
Yeah, someone in the chat said something about an SMT with NQ.
That's probably what they're talking about. 1021. That's why I moved my stop up a ton. Yeah. So 1021, Nasdaq made a new high. ES didn't. We've dropped lower since then. Could not hold that 10 a.m. open level. I don't see why.
Oh, the 30-minute looks nasty on ES, NQ. And I want to see what we do around 750 on ES and see if buyers step in there. Be the only next area of interest for me for longs. If not, then this thing's kind of cooked.
Fair enough. I don't see why should the 930 low hold now? Who's like holding longs through this? I don't know. I feel like a lot of people might be just giving up here.
Yeah, it could be.
Hmm.
Yeah, I might try longs. Oh, wait though.
What are you gonna wait for ES or RTY still?
No, yes. Want to see that 50 get tapped into. It's the 30-second OR high, and it aligns with the 30-minute 9 EMA.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and then I'll just put stops at low a day. Like obviously, like if we're gonna make new lows, then I want out of that.
Mm-hmm.
Chat is telling me to go short. I think it's a little too late for that.
Well, I think that there would be time if it got below like 9:30, below like to fill the gap or fill half of the gap. Like that could end up happening. I'd rather just wait for that. I don't want to be stuck in any chop, honestly. Try like a momentum long, um, just, small loss and then just recalibrating now. Let's see. I had a feeling I was like, this is taking too long to go back up higher. Okay.
Just our luck, right?
No, I
Can't
mean
make it
it's
up.
fine. Yeah.
And Q bounced really nicely off the 9 EMA and the 30-minute. 20 points or so. 25 points.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this too, though, like if you're a bear, you would want us to be out of this area already. You'd want us to want to see us lower. It seems
Mm-hmm.
like it's taken too long on both ends. But let me not speak too
Doing
soon
all right.
because
I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow. The Russell just made new lows on the day. I don't know how much I love that. I canceled my order on those longs.
Mm-hmm. Because Russell.
Yeah, I literally just noticed that we made new lows and we're still dropping.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But in all seriousness, though, this is the area where, you want to see buyers do something on the ES. Anything lower obviously gets really ugly.
Yeah, I think that if we could get below the 9:30 open, get a new low in the sessions, like maybe then we could start to accelerate a bit.
Yeah, for sure. So let's say this holds, then you would have SMT between YM and the Russell, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't typically like,
I
honestly, I
know.
kind of like to just look at ES and NASDAQ because they share a lot of the same companies.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
Russell's like 2,000 small cap companies and YM's like those 30 of them. So it's hard for me to accurately be like, oh, that's rotation on a potential reversal for me.
Yeah, I hear you.
Mm-mm.
That's probably that long would probably the only thing I would have taken. That's probably it for me here.
NASDAQ kind of retesting the inversion, retracing into this 1 minute bearish FEG. I could see NASDAQ taking that new 930, new low of session here. Let's see.
I mean, so close.
That was like 40 points away when I when I was like seeing it reject from here. Now it's about 20-ish.
Kind of sucks. I ignored the 15-minute setup, and even you could say the 30-minute as well. These are literally like this is the exact setup that I would take for shorts. I thought bulls had more steam in them though.
Mhm. Yeah, maybe at
Yeah.
the end of that 15-minute count, 10:15, I was stopped out already, and it closed on near its low on
Yeah,
me.
it was as soon as we
Pretty
it
good.
was as soon as we both got stopped out. Should have
And
just
it was
flipped.
it takes some time.
HR, I don't know what that is. What's ODF? I don't know what that is. Oh, order flow. Oh, no, I don't trade based off order flow. I just watch it. I'm trying to learn it. That's so funny. I'm like, what's ODF? Duh.
Mhm. What time is it? It's 10:42. Let's see if we take this 930 low and maybe we get some acceleration towards some equal lows from 5 a.m. and maybe halfway fill the gap. I think that would be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we're super close to the lows. Might as well.
Mhm.
Literally. If they're gonna do something, just
I
do
don't
it.
know. What if they chop them back up?
I mean, can you imagine if that was like,
I
sorry
can't.
guys.
I can't imagine it happening.
That'd be funny as hell. Well, yeah, we're about to start gap filling. That's right.
Yeah, that's like it's not the trade's not over
Well,
if it's
let's
gonna
see
go
this.
there.
Hold on. Damn, that's a pretty big gap.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, did we hit 100% ATR on the day?
I'm very close to it, I think. Let me see.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's see. 120. Yeah, we did. Yep, yes. And let's see for NASDAQ.
100%?
Yep,
Wow. Wow.
pretty much. That's why I gotta keep tight stops if you're gonna go for continuation trades for sure. happy with that stop out because we dropped like another 20 points lower for ES. Okay.
Yeah, that
It's a
was
5-point stop. All right. Here's this.
good on your end. Yeah, I'm not really sure what do you mean by like sweet spot or like the perfect spot? Do you just mean like the midpoint that I have? Be this dotted or dashed line? If you go RTH and mark your gap from wick to wick, which is how I do it, I know some people have other ways of doing it. But if you do it wick to wick on RTH, I'll show you. You basically would have your midpoint at around 67.14. A lot of the times they like to gap fill to the midpoint and then, push back up and vice versa. Salma, are you gonna be on the PM session? No, I don't come back today. I'll be back here tomorrow though.
What time are you coming back tomorrow?
Let's see. You should have this already memorized. Oh, I'll be on for trade the close tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. $67. Yeah, no, it's 67.14. Yeah, not 67.03. 67.14. You can't really see it here. Let me change. One sec. Make it like white or something so you can see it. Yeah, this dashed line here. 67.14. Yeah, I do trade options. Much preferred to trade futures though. I don't day trade options. I swing options. Well, new lows on YM here. And ES pretty soon.
Let's see that.
We just wicked off the 30-second OR low on ES, but
That was pretty nice rejection from NASDAQ there at that 830 and that inversion and bearish fair value gap. Yeah. I don't see why we're not gonna drop lower. Let's see.
It's a good thing I canceled that limit order. As soon as I saw the Russell make new lows, I was like, nope. Not today.
Mm-hmm. Wow, this volatility is insane.
Do you think it's time to look for a retest for shorts?
30. I feel like I missed that. I don't know. I think that if it broke new low day, it would be kind of different. But I feel as though I should have just shorted there, the 946 candle, and then I would have honestly just trailed my stop tight here. Um, it could drop again, but it's kind of wonky.
Yeah. What caused the sell-off? Was there news? Or is this just pure
Well, there's a lot of headlines
rollover price
happening
action?
here. It's a mix of
Everything.
news, a lot of foreign ministers speaking. Yeah, okay, rejected 930. Let's see what it does here.
Give me a retest for shorts.
Okay, here we go.
Nope.
New low.
There's new
So 930
lows.
low. Let's see how it reacts here. I would prefer it to, make a good drop here.
Oh yeah, dividend cake, yeah. Oil's pushing too. And then Tracy says Trump will be speaking soon too.
Oh, really?
Again. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then that's just tough to deal with. Okay. It's 10:51. Let's see if this 10:51 macro does anything here.
Wow.
Okay. So no continuation after that low was swept.
Dude.
This is just a lot. This is
Yeah.
tough.
Yep. Could say that again.
The kind of market we're in.
Now, is this the retest for shorts? That's what I want to know. We'll see.
I don't know. I don't trust this market. So Trump will start talking in a couple minutes and we'll be back up near high day.
You know what? You might
Only
be
takes
you
like
might be
2
onto
minutes
something.
of talking. We're only 100 points away from the like highs for NASDAQ. New highs of the session are near it. What we've been getting on these 1 minute candles. It's just tough here. Eh.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, looking at the regular trading hours, today is not really a real trend day. It's
I don't know what
fine.
today is.
It's rollover and day leading up to FOMC. So it's fine. Just keep it tight.
I'll try go shorts. Hopefully I don't regret that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Valid, valid.
I would keep a 10-point stop. Yeah, 10 points. Now I'll change my TP to a little bit lower.
Mhm.
A very risky trade, in my opinion.
Mhm. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Yeah, I don't really want to be in shorts considering we just wicked that new low of the session. It just feels very back and forth. It could just be faking out. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, sweep and reversal, mean reversion or something like that. So I just don't feel very comfortable with this headline driven market, I suppose. We just inverted on NASDAQ. Let's see.
What does that mean?
We just like we just broke like a swing high and we filled in a bearish FEG that we had.
Okay.
Closed above it. Looks just it could be short-term bullish. I don't know. Could just be choppy. For me right now, I just don't want to put on more risk. I feel like it would have been cool if we had more momentum to the upside.
Yeah.
To me, right after I entered, so it was Chop City a little bit higher, and then Nasdaq made a wick to the high yesterday, and we just fell off a cliff there. All right. Nothing's really too clean for me on the 5 or 15.
No, this
On
isn't.
both sides.
This is very risky trade here. I will admit. Like that previous 5-minute candle is insane. Basically fading that.
Yeah.
See what the other guys are doing though when they get on. I'm not gonna lie, that would be hilarious though if that is low a day. That's how they do it. By 1 point
Yeah.
on ES.
I don't know if it'll be low. I feel like it's gonna be choppy today. I don't know. Maybe it's the low of like the next 10 minutes and during lunch hour it drops again. I don't know. But yeah, I agree with you. It would be funny if it just swipes it out, like to stop everybody that's been long versus the 9:30 low.
Bro, by 1 point.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be comical. It's not even funny. It would just be comical.
What's up?
What's
Hey,
up, besties?
hey.
Hello.
Oh, they're both wearing hats.
I've never seen XY without a hat.
Oh yeah.
You gotta
I
go.
think
You gotta
so
go
too.
back.
Same thing on Leo.
You gotta go back.
That's not
in
true.
time.
Tanya has seen me in Naples and I did not wear a hat.
Oh, that's true, actually.
IRL.
Yeah. And
IRL
fact checking me
only.
already.
It's hat B.
Yeah.
That was like the
true.
one picture you guys took together, right? Like it was like the group photo, and then
Okay,
everybody
yeah.
thought XY was Jade Cap.
Dude, that was so funny.
Remember
Uh-oh.
that? Dude, what is this push and why?
You know why.
Roll
Why?
over
Because you're in
guy.
longs.
Rollover XY XY. I think you caught longs, right?
Yeah,
Bro,
me
Now
up.
he's low.
Brother, he's always in. He's
Brother.
always
It's the trick. If
in.
you're always in a trade, one will work.
This is true. All right. Yeah, this is done for. That's unfortunate. Hope you're happy, XY.
I can't complain. Cannot complain.
Now, how's that hourly look
Were
like?
you guys looking for longs?
Earlier in the session, yeah, I was actually in a long, but I was like kind of like a momentum play. Kept it on ES, kept it super tight. Like 67.69 was my stop, and literally when we broke that, we just flushed down. I was like, oh, word. Okay. Do what you want to do
Yeah.
today. It is like, how are you approaching it differently because of rollovers, or are you just like in your head like, oh, they're trying to mess f over both sides?
Honestly, I was just like, I can't. I would have preferred longs up there too. So that was my thinking. I think like it's just gonna keep going. I don't think
Mm-hmm.
ES's high is very good. Even at the
Yeah.
time, I was like, I don't think this drops yet if it were going to. And it
Mm-hmm.
just did. So once it did, it was like the plan falls apart. It's like, well, I don't know what to do at this point anymore. Let's just see what they do because I don't have anything until like VWAP, which is the current low.
Okay.
And eventually
Oh,
they
that
just
was
made it there.
VWAP bounce. Okay, cool.
Yeah, eventually they made it there, and then I got something. But before that, same thing. That's just like I don't want to short here,
Mm-hmm.
and it just falls through. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm not sure what to do, and it looks pretty weak. Longs are
Mm-hmm.
really dicey. Like you said, once it collapsed, it was just like, well, I don't really want to get in front of this anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So same idea. Just took a stab at VWAP and
Mm-hmm.
worked out pretty quickly. So I got filled on three. Just trying to see if I can hold on to one for above 25K.
Okay.
So hoping for the best.
Must be nice.
It's not bad. I'd recommend it.
Oh, I'm short oil. That's all I have on right now. I really just don't like the day after a rollover, the day of rollover, day after rollover, whatever you want to say. Because I'm looking, when I'm looking at my charts, I'll look at where the most volume was on Friday, which was
Mm-hmm.
the March contract, and then we're going to be moving into the most volume being in the June contract, and kind of disrupts my TA. So I'm trading oil here today. Plenty of volatility in that. Just got short. I got a bunch of targets stacked. So hopefully this is at least a swing high in order for me to get a few targets off. And then I'm just going to be moving some stops down. Otherwise, I would expect that to get just a little bit further. I mean, we've been trending down since the overnight session, a little bit of a cleaner trend than the indexes, which just jammed higher off the open. I didn't even
Mm-hmm.
trade. I mean, I just got to my desk about half an hour ago, so I didn't even look at anything this morning.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Sounds like you guys got a plan. Good luck in your longs, XY. I could see that happening.
Thank you, thank you.
Let's go. And also you took partials. Sick. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down to this one.
NinjaTrader. All right, sick. Have a great day, everybody. We're gonna head out. Good luck and good trading, chat.
Bye, guys. Good luck.
See you next time.
Later, guys.
See you guys.
Ciao.
All right, different markets. Here we are.
Yeah, I like where my position is, so I'm willing to risk it all here for a move through to new highs. Don't really want to give this spot up, but if they come back, it's going to be a whole different setup for sure. So I'll take the position off and then see if they're going to hold it again. But I'm not sure they will if they come back to it. So rest is up to the market now. Is oil still like super crazy?
Yeah, I mean, I've been trading MCL, which I never trade unless it's super crazy because the normal size contract, there's normally not a ton of volatility. So now we have, I mean, the other day we had we have huge multi-dollar moves sometimes in 5 minutes. So, but just a nice big old range to trade as opposed to these indexes here. Of course, there's something you can always trade, but yeah, why am I always sick? Well, I've just been sick since last week, and this is just kind of the carryover of it. It's not terrible, but I wouldn't say I'm 100%. Sick of this range is what I'm sick of.
Yeah, this rollover volume isn't that cool.
I've never been a fan of rollover. It just like my setups that I would normally have a feel for just don't work.
Yeah. Same thing with order flow. It's extra tricky because everything's split up into two contracts. It's not as reliable for sure. So that's why I'm just hoping this view up long works out so I don't have to try to figure anything else out.
Jim with the edge alert. Initial balance here. I built a scanner over the weekend. This is what I did. So I might be using that here. This is what this looks like. It just kind of gives me some inputs that I have across a couple of different futures markets. Let's see here. Gold. Not much is reading. Most of everything is reading neutral. The only thing I have on my scanner that's bullish right now is the 6B. So usually when the markets are moving, like at least half of these will be trending, and we're, barely trending. We're trending in like, I guess, bearish trend in gold right now. And now we just went to neutral in the 6B.
I'm hoping they hold this higher low here.
I hope for
This
you
would be the
too.
spot. Can I explain what makes me take this long? Sure. Very, very, very simple. So just zooming out first, we have a low volume spot here. You can see on the 5-day rolling. Overlaps a few days, right? This is low volume and then taper, taper, upside, same thing. So I'm trying to just wait and see for price to come into the zone, and then VWAP just happens to be here. So waiting for this. I did take a long before it tapped into VWAP down here. Scaled out a few. I got stopped on the rest, which is like half, around break even. And then I got in again once they swept into VWAP and held an even stronger bid. Got in, and that's just a long, just VWAP. The first test of VWAP, I'm always interested in. So if you see a market coming into VWAP for the first time, there is a very high likelihood I am looking for something there. And if it doesn't hold, I will often try to see if they can continue through the other side and trade against VWAP. Obviously, depending on high time frame, right? If we're in no man's land, then it's not going to mean much. There's not much for me to do there because I can't really risk anything. So, hope that makes sense. Very simple. High time frame, low volume. Do they push through? Who knows? But VWAP's here. So if the order flow is decent, take a stab. And I say decent today because I don't expect any really, really good order flow today because of rollover. The contracts were all split up. You can see it in the volume. The RVol, everything. And the range is pretty small, which is why I'm hoping that I've nabbed the low. We can move back up and they'll hold a higher low here, right off the open again. Even on a price action perspective, this is pretty textbook, right? Come down, you consolidate, you break the consolidation upside, and you hold that consolidation on the way back, and then you continue that grind up. What helps is a pretty neutral profile. It's a D-shape balance, which is why up here at the highs, if it were to crack, yeah, it just goes through because it's a pretty balanced profile. And then hopefully it's balanced profile back up and through. I have a target up here based off the 5-day rolling profile. So anywhere from like right before 25K to 25,028, probably just going to peel this off. This could run all the way up into like 2590s, even into this zone. But with the split volume, unless volume really starts to enter the market or they really aggressively push price, I don't think I would be interested in holding for that long, especially just one contract. I've taken the other two off already on the way up. So one at this little swing here and another up here. Actually, I think I took both of them here around the POC. So I've been paid for it. I'm just seeing if I can take advantage of a good location here. I had a few more limit orders down under, but they didn't get filled. So I ended up with 3.
For the person who asked me what this scanner is built on, so it's I take 5 different inputs, and then I award each one of those inputs a point value, and the maximum point value is 5 for like the most bullish, and then the negative point value would be obviously most bearish would be -5. And then so the way the scan works is with that point value, I'm scanning 3 different time frames. So I'm scanning an hourly, a 30-minute, and a 5-minute. And if the point value is the sum of the point value on all 3 of those time frames is either bullish or bearish, like meaning if we're either -1 on all 3 or +1 on all 3, it comes up. And that's where how that works. I mean, it's pretty complicated to dive into all of the details. It'd probably take me like a full hour to explain it. But basically, all I'm doing is calculating 5 different inputs, of which I determine a market, could be indications of a market being bullish or bearish, and then taking this sum of those point values and then scanning for that sum across multiple time frames. And so, on days like today, where I don't think the indexes. I mean, you can trade any market any day. But on days like today where I'm finding it hard to find like a real trend or great trades, I'll just look at this scan that I have and then pull up a market like right now. I mean, gold's something I often trade. And if I just swing that into the screen, you can see on a 5-minute time frame, I mean, gold's had a pretty hard sell-off here. And then realistically, if I get stopped out on this CL, which it's not quite looking my favor at this point in time, I'll just going to move to only markets that are trending and trade them only in that direction of that trend. And it helps me eliminate, trading more range-bound markets. Of course, this scan is constantly moving. So even though these are the markets that are bearish or neutral, that can change at any given time. I don't know what Big Brian is, but how to get the column on the right or the market analyzer. So the column, you can if you've created a market analyzer, so you can actually scan if you add a market analyzer, you just go here and then add column. So columns, you can add columns, and then you can actually scan. I have my own indicator that I've built inside of Ninja, but you can scan with many different things. So you just go like column, and then this is my. Actually, I don't know if you guys can see all of this, but I'll pull it over here. This is my own indicator that I'm scanning. But there's many different things you can scan by if you really want to mess around with it. Short interest ratio. I mean, that seems like probably VWAP. You could probably scan to VWAP, but you can mess around with it. I'm sure there's some good videos on YouTube. But I'm scanning for a custom-based indicator I've built inside of that. Okay, big brain. I was like, Big Brian? I got a little brother named Brian. Getting that swing low to hold there, XY.
Yep. I like the 1 hour candle that's developing, getting out of the wick. VC. Hard to really expect anything out of the market today because the volume split, rollover. It doesn't really speak as clearly. Just try to get in with price action and stuff.
Giving that gibberish.
Yeah, it was a good hold. I think in a normal market, if it weren't rollover, I would be looking for ads around this RTH open for a higher low play, especially with we'll say volume. Obviously, it split today, but there was a bulk volume that's coming in, so it's a good point of risk. It clearly means a bid is looking for a higher low, and if it doesn't, you could just get out of the trade. But if it does, you'll get the higher low and it'll continue. But it's pretty dry today, honestly, the order flow.
Yeah.
Hard for me to want to do anything.
When does that usually clear up on a rollover week? Where just what percent of the volume do you want to see on the June contract before you're like, all right, I don't think I'm going to have like that lack of clarity. Is it 8? Is it 90% needs to roll to June, or
I think it's probably like
80?
85%. Yeah. Cause it's kind of like my eyes are calibrated to certain volume within like ES or NQ. And if I don't see that, it's kind of like, well, I don't really, even if it's good, we'll say good order flow, it's hard for me to trust it and just press the button, which is like a huge part of doing anything. You got to be able to have the confidence to just hit the trade. It's hard for me to do so when things don't really look right. And it's hard for me to tell when the volume's kind of dried out. Does volume pick up tomorrow? I mean, it'll pick up, but I don't expect it to be where it was, or not yet. Yeah. At least 3 4 days usually for me. James Woodruff. Dang, 60 points. You talking about 60 points in ES? Hey, you got paid. Nice work. Do I back it? Just no. Uh, MEA4. First touch RTH. So if it's traded in Globex, what's usually going to happen is it's going to open up not too far from VWAP, which makes me a lot less interested. It's when price returns to VWAP from being a pretty good distance away, opening away, stuff like that. But if you're around it, I'm not too interested in it. Just like anything else, just like the EMAs and stuff. If you're just constantly trading around it, it's not as interesting. When does it fully expire? I think in like 15 days. It seems like your mental game is always in such a good place. It's because I don't trade for too long. I think that's a big component. Uh, if I weren't streaming, as soon as this trade closes, I'd just be turning the whole thing off. And it's a lot of days. Yeah. I think trying to just keeping yourself fresh is huge. It's helpful. Not trying to make every day a certain kind of day, like, oh, I've got a profit target, daily profit target, or anything like that. It's just approach the market and see if there's any opportunity to trade. It's hard for me to actually like actively trade for more than an hour because I can start to feel it. The mental capital is drained. Even if like I'm green, I hit a wall. The higher the P&L is, like in the positive, the more fear like I can feel in my trading because I don't want to give it back. Or if it's like a nice round number or whatever, then it would lead to like this, oh no, I should try to get it back, this and this. I'm not at high watermark. These are things I've noticed about myself through my trading. And you have to kind of shut that window. So when I hit a trade or a P&L I'm happy with, then hey, the work is done for the day. I'm not here to extract every wiggle, every point. Just want to be consistent. So I think over time, just sticking to it yielded positive results. And then you get your proof of concept. You can trust it more. So if a day doesn't go too well, then hey, today just didn't go well. Tomorrow's a new day. I know that over time I do pretty well. So don't have to worry about that. But a lot of people get hung up on not just like trade by trade outcomes, but day by day, day by day. They don't want a red day. They don't want this. I think the shortest time frame to really look at all that stuff would be like a week. But even you can have a red week and it would mean nothing by the end of the month, right? The other 3 weeks can still yield you a very profitable month if you have one red week. It's not up to you. It's really up to the market. As long as you follow your process, you'll get there. I think another thing is I am like, I don't want to say I obsess over risk, but when I'm looking to engage with the market, I do obsess over risk. I want to make sure that as I'm framing the trade, yes, where does it seemingly not want to go, and where Do I think it will? When I'm looking to enter, I am 100% focused on the risk, which means I'm looking at the order flow, I'm looking at the DOM, and I'm seeing, all right, where are people coming in? Where are they stepping off? And how close can I get there? Because these are the really good access points. These are where the ticket cost is the cheapest for the opportunity. And I don't want to settle for, we'll say, I don't want to settle for market price. When everyone's getting it at the same price, I don't find that to be a distinct advantage. I think the distinct advantage are the prices that are harder to get. And I want to try to get those prices. So sometimes I can fill 5 lots. Sometimes I can fill 8 lots. Sometimes I only fill 1. Sometimes I only fill 3. I only filled 3 on this trade, which is why I'm just holding this one. But that's the obsession over risk first, because the market's going to do all kinds of things to you out of your control. Even if you're trading well, good trades work. I mean, good trades fail, bad trades work. But if you obsess over risk, your equity curve will be taken care of. So all these things baked into my mind over the years leads to a certain process, and I find that it yields good results. And I don't try to control anything anymore besides risk. If I have a bad day, if I did things my way, whatever. Market just decided, you have no idea what you're talking about today, and some days are like that. So make sure you close the window on all those things, right? I am very aware that as my P&L gets higher and higher on a session, my trading, like, there's more fear. I don't want to get in with as much size as I should. I don't want to hold it as long as I should. I scale out too soon. So at that point, why not just turn it off? So figure yourself out, close the windows. I know it's probably a hot take, but all these professionals and gurus online, they're going to tell you all sorts of stuff like be a robot, sacrifice your family and friends because that's what it takes. Uh, you know, you want to make it in this game, you got to want it that bad. Just figure yourself out. Be very honest about who you are to yourself. I'm going to start trailing this pretty aggressively now. And then, honestly, the rest takes care of itself. The market's going to move how it does. Don't try to control that. Don't feel like you have any, honestly. You don't. For as long as you do, you're going to tilt, you're going to FOMO, you're going to think this and this. A lot of times people think it's like a mental game problem too. Discipline or, psychology problem, but it's probably an edge problem. So make sure you got that dialed in. Make sure you trust it, because if you don't trust it, you're not going to be able to operate. So, yeah, I know. That was like, I don't know, felt like a 20-minute rant, but my thoughts.
Sometimes you got to go on rants to get them all out there.
Sometimes you got to get it a little unhinged. Turn off the teleprompter.
You got ChatGPT right behind the scenes. Give him the advice. Just came a couple ticks away from a gold fill, but no cigar.
They missed you?
Yeah, missed me by like four ticks or so. The summer contracts begin. We'll do it live.
You know what? When does it start to really slow down? Is that like June? Because May is kind of crazy sometimes.
I don't know
right?
if it's getting slower than this. I might find another job. I mean, we haven't really had very aggressive markets. But yeah, I mean,
I feel like there's been a few years where it's like May is just on the sell side. They're just stepping on it, and then it slows down like crazy. Maybe October will catch a bottom.
Yeah, I
Just
think
Santa
like
rally.
July and August like really gets slow. It's like really when like the big boys are on their Euro trips, which is usually like August, July. I mean, people that control the markets typically have lots of money, and they like their summer vacations in Europe. So,
You need lots of money to control the market. Speaking of lots of money, where's my quant? Is he here today, guys? Wrong way,
My
NASDAQ? No.
quantitative, my math specialist.
Yes, where is he?
No
He's not
fill in
here?
gold. Cancel that gold order.
Yeah, MEA, that's a Jack question for sure. I think he's an all in, all out guy, so he'll be able to help you.
Yeah, well, it depends. I mean, right now I'm not all in, all out because our markets aren't like I trade all in, all out, all in, all out when I think the markets are trending. Because I'm typically I'm looking at an entry and I'm looking at a new high or low of the day. Now, we really haven't been, I mean, of course, you can always gravitate towards a trending market, but the best markets, in my opinion, for all in, all out are bullish index markets because the markets, the indexes have a general drift higher, like a mathematical drift higher. They do just go up, especially like last year. We had we were 50% higher than we were off the low. It's a 50% rally off the April low. So there was many days where if you got a good entry, you're really just aiming at new highs of the day. But you'll see this oil trade I have on right now. I have multiple targets. So I think if you are in a position where, first of all, I would assume you're already trading a micro. You're not trading a mini. Because if you're trading a mini, then you have the ability to trade micros with multiple exits. So let me just make that clear in the chat so we can go from there. So I'm going to assume you're trading a micro. So if you are trading a micro you can only be all in, all out. I mean, are you only trading one product? I think if you really want to effectively trade all in, all out, you really need to be focused on like directional markets to get the best risk to reward, because back and forth markets, unless you're just, I don't know what your style of trading is, but if you're a scalper, I think like shorter time frame targets with all in, all out is a lot harder than like scaling on a trend. So I'd have to know a little bit more about your trading style to like answer the best way to go at it. But I like this strategy I'm running right now will go break even after I hit 2 targets, and I'll have a third. So if you're going to go break even, I would say how I would do it is whatever the time frame is that you're trading, if you go 2 times that ATR, so let's say the ATR on the 5-minute chart is 10 points and you're up 20 points, your stop should absolutely be break even because you've gotten the move your way. Three minutes and Trump speaks. All right. I've been to Europe. Yes. And we're going to do that Lake Como meetup. If you guys heard last week, I don't know, XY, everybody who filled out the location of where they're trading, for some reason, there was just an abnormal amount of people in Lake Como. So
Are you serious?
No, it was just this like joke that like we started in the chat. It's like people were just putting in Lake Como.
It's like the only people going there are the people from Lake Como. No one's coming in.
We just have this NinjaTrader meetup in Lake Como.
Random. It's like all the coastal cities, big cities, and then Lake Como. Adam Bielstein. 10-point risk, 6K with a 10-point risk. Being 200. I don't only risk 10 points. No, you can't choose that. It's not up to me. It's up to the market. Like if the market's giving me, I don't know what, Friday was like 25 to 30 ATR in a 1 minute. I'm going to get at least like 15 points or something. A 10-point risk means I got really, really, really good entries. So it's possible, sure, but not likely. No, it really depends on the market. And I don't always try to fill 6. It really depends on the risk, right? If I feel like, all right, if I get in here and I got to risk like 15 points, it's got to be really good for me to want to get up to 6. Yeah. So it really depends on the setup, where I have to get in, How far is invalidation from when I'm getting in? How's the market moving? What's the range? What's the ATR? A lot to consider. Does my strat work well with the ES? I think it works with any market because it's just auction market theory. So works in ES, works in oil, NQ, buying a car, buying a house, buying a watch, buying flowers. It's just auction market theory. It's just buying and selling stuff. No algos. The only algo is the 110 minutes before close. Bitcoin, sure. I mean, it's just exchanging hands, buying and selling. Nothing complicated. Well, it could be, I guess, but do I put a limit in? Yeah, I limit order. It's pretty rare that I put a stop entry in, but I will. Maybe like one or two max. But generally I want limit fills. I try to be as greedy as I could with my entries. And so a lot of times a bunch get left behind, but it is what it is. I use 1 minute, 10 bars.
Yeah. My ATR is going to be calculated on the time frame of which I'm looking at. So if I have a 5-minute chart up, you'll see that top box, that yellow box, that's giving me the ATR multiplied by 150. So in MCL, it's about 80 ticks right now on a 5-minute chart.
Yeah, Adam, it's true. And I think anyone who does that kind of stuff is just trying to convince you that you need to buy whatever they're selling to understand it. But even auction market theory can be pretty simple. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I'm glad it worked out because if it didn't, apart from if I didn't get this long, I'd probably try this long up here around the open for the high low hold. But other than that, I mean, it's a really balanced profile. The volume is pretty dry. Can't imagine I'd do anything else, so I'm lucky it's working. Could have been move of the day. I mean, the move up top, that's a really hard one, though. I would not have wanted to short this, you know. Yeah, it's still pretty slow. I would want, so when they break into a new high of day, I would want to see acceleration then and there. If that doesn't occur, I'm just going to call it. I think in a normal market, a run all the way up into 25, 100, and even like 150 wouldn't be too much to ask. But even as the market's making a choice, not to go further downside, it's just so slow. And I'm looking at the volume that's transacting on the way, and it's kind of sucks. So hopefully once they break, they can get some new interest coming into the market and hopefully get to this little notch right here. 25.020s right before it starts to thin out again a little bit. So like I said, today, this thinning out of volume could probably be an issue, but on normal days, they're just going to run this through and through up to here and then probably up to here. But you need volume to do that, so.
When is my bottom indicator going to be available? So the thing is, I keep pushing it back because I want to include some other things with it. So I really don't have a date. I'm sorry, but I'm working on, definitely by the Miami meetup in April. I'm just going to give myself some time leeway, which is the 18th of April. But there's this thing I have that's just like an automated risk calculator. And I just want to kind of put everything together. I don't know what that means. Yes, I'm short CL. That's the only position I have on. So I have sauce. Okay. There's so many people from different age groups here. It's hard to keep up with the lingo. Somebody tells me
I
I'm drippy.
know.
Somebody tells me I'm cold. I'm like, yeah, I have a cold. Am I drippy? Does that mean my nose is dripping? I'm like, okay, I get it. I have a cold. Like, beat me up about it. Why don't
So drippy. You are correct. I am a little under the weather.
you?
DJ Trades, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right,
Is it
cool.
too late to long now? I wouldn't want to, but do I think it's gonna go down? No.
Let's see. Bitcoin is testing the April swing low. 74K, huh? Or no, it's not trading 74. That's the anchored VWAP.
Did I read any books regarding auction market theory, or did you just learn? I haven't read any trading books, honestly, guys. I've started on a lot of them, and I don't do a good job sticking with it. And I was like, oh yeah, I'll read it. I'll read some more tomorrow of this. And then I'm like, I got a new book and a new book, and it's just I would say I haven't really read any trading books. But I've done a lot of like studying, yeah, in terms of maybe just YouTube University or just replay mode. Replay mode does a lot. And then I just kind of learned auction market theory the way I do it. I don't know, and I haven't really seen too much other content of people that are doing it, or just, I guess, framing the profiles in the way that I do. But it's just what I noticed that worked. And I was like, well, theoretically, if this and that and this and that, and it ends up working. I haven't really seen other content that would tell you to use profiles like I would, or I guess frame it in that way. But at the end of it all, auction market theory is auction market theory, whether it's the way I'm explaining it or how someone else uses volume profile, it's actually the same thing. Yeah. Maybe slight differences in perspective or what we want to do about it, but the information is the same. It's literally the same. So it's just me, just, I guess, obsessing over volume and what price could do or what the order flow could do at certain points. It's just replaying a lot. Just replay over and over. Backtesting's cool and all, but at some point you gotta stop living in the past, you know? Try to see what it looks like in real time, which is through replay. There's a lot of hindsight. It's like just having an answer key in front of you already with backtesting. So a lot of nuance, especially if it's order flow, volume, because yeah, a volume profile can look a certain way, but 30 minutes later it's going to look different. It changes. So actually, you know what? A big part is developing an intuition with volume profiling. Understanding, hey, what it looks like right now is generally not how it resolves. It's going to build, and generally it builds into this. Or generally this volume build leads to this volume at the end of the day or within the next hour. And so you guys will see in my playbook or even in my videos, there are a lot of weird volume profile things that I try to exploit because they're kind of strange. They're not really common. And when they're not common, why is that? Well, it's because it doesn't really settle that way. It actually turns into this later on. So one of the confluences is ES's profile. If you look at the top of ES's profile, it's kind of flat. You look at the order flow, it's not a zero print. And there are little things that you can use to take advantage of and exploit within the markets. Can it resolve this way? Absolutely. Does it tend to? Not really. So use it to my advantage, just like anything other that's a statistic. Volume's really split. Yeah, our vol is like literally just nothing. Thanks, Jims. I mean, I'm glad you guys liked that new video. It was the biggest pain in the ass to make, honestly.
Well, ES just went bullish on my scan, so I'll start looking for some pullbacks there after Trump speaks. But
Is he even speaking yet? He's
I
never
don't
on
know.
time.
Maybe
He's
we're
never
getting
on time.
bad information. I'm just listening to the chat.
Yeah. Well, he's never on time, so he's scheduled, it seems. But does he care? Who knows?
Oh,
Daniel Rodriguez, it's been a while. Glad to see you again.
I hope Trump dumps oil $8. I just need a couple dollars. I don't need eight. Eight be a little greedy, but I'll take it. I mean, my downside targets are new lows of the day. Um, things been downtrending. A lot of hedges. What you saw in the indexes this morning, obviously, going into the Friday, a lot of hedges are put on, and most people in the indexes are protecting their downside in case anything happens over the weekend. Those hedges go on. They're just, selling at market. Market opens Monday. The world still turns around. Those hedges come off. And the same thing with oil. They're hedging to the upside. They're buying futures contracts. Monday opens. They don't need those hedges anymore. They don't have that weekend risk. They take those hedges off. They start selling the contracts they bought. So a lot of what I think, are seeing in the indexes and oil, at least here today, is some pretty big, larger than normal hedges going on into a weekend and then coming off as soon as that weekend's over. And then, of course, you have rollover as well. So people adding new hedges for longer term positions.
Um, where is I've seen this comment like 3 times. Here you go. Gombob Gombo Batsuk. I don't know how to say it. I'm sorry, but he says, "Can you please go over how you see auction market theory briefly or in depth if you are willing?" Yeah, I have a free playbook where it's very in depth, and then I have a YouTube channel where I go pretty in depth on auction market theory. My first one is literally all about auction market theory. So I would go to the description in the stream, find our links, and all my links are on my Twitter profile. So if you want in depth, it's all out there. And if you are wondering, no, it does not cost you anything. It does not even cost you your email. I need better thumbnails. Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure the AI has told me to. Like, hey, you know what? Hey, we can help you with thumbnails, blah blah blah. And I'm like, yeah, we'll get to that.
One thing at a
I need
time.
to get this out.
Let me provide value before I go into.
I need to get this video out.
It's usually, if you're really good at thumbnails, you're probably not good at value, and if you're really good at value, you're kind of bad at thumbnails. That's like the inverse correlation I've learned with YouTube trading tips. So, like, guys, if you're looking for good content, find somebody that has like a lot of videos but like kind of poor thumbnails. And if you
Really
see
shitty
like a
thumbnails.
really good thumbnail, maybe don't watch the video.
If it's my face looking really shocked, it's probably not a good video. Yeah, maybe one day. I don't know. I'm sure AI can generate some really good ones, like off rip, but yeah, we'll see. But yes, for whoever was asking, there's plenty there's plenty out there that I've put out. Why this indicator will save your life. Yeah, how this one indicator made me $10,000 in 3 minutes today.
Yeah, poor thumbnails. Yes.
Club market theory, that's going to be behind a paywall. I'm working on that. Young Bleezy. Okay, so it's a good question. What's going to happen is I'm going to delete maybe everything and redo the levels. Actually, I don't know. The volume looks the same. Usually what I'll do in rollover, guys, is I delete everything I delete all the levels and I let the market give me new ones. If we're still within the same, I mean, we've been in the same range forever. So I think these levels will stay. This is the first time ever that I think I will keep these levels. Um, but generally what I do is, some people kind of make it even like, oh, if the next contract is 60 points higher, they'll move everything 60 points up. I'm just like, forget it. I'm going to delete everything. The market is going to give me new spots, to be marking as it moves, as the market trades, and I'll just make new zones because I get into this kind of like mode where like, yeah, do I trust these zones anymore? And it's kind of hard to execute when you don't trust it as much. So I just wait for the market to give me new stuff. So usually it's everything is deleted and new zones. It's just my lazy way of doing it. Um, but it looks like information is very similar. So I'll take a look. If there's anything that needs to change, I'll probably just delete it. But yeah, things look the same. But I mean, we've been in this range for what feels like 65 years. So I guess I'm not too surprised about that. So yes, I don't really move levels and stuff. Yeah, if I back adjust, I can use old volume. I just don't. Daily profiles, yes, they are.
I just turned my font to 13, so hopefully it's a little more visible for you. It was at 11. Barely selling off there in the ES. You looking, is your target new highs 28s? Yeah. Or what? Wait,
Yeah, it's a
you're in the
little
NASDAQ.
above 25028. That would be cool. But as soon as they break a new high, if I don't see like a new flood of pace and volume,
Yeah.
or I might just trail it. Yeah, I'll just trail this thing. They'll take me when they take it. But I do think ES makes a new high, so I'm watching that. I think ideally ES makes a new high and I take the trade off. But it looks like NQ might first, unless they just take my trailing stop out first and then do it, which is possible. And I'll live with it.
All right. Let's see. Do we get the daylight savings change back with Europe this week? I know we changed and they didn't. I don't know exactly when theirs is.
I would also like to know.
Yes,
'Cause I'm not gonna know. So if somebody knows, yes, tell us when.
This is where
End of
we
the
ask
month.
to chat. I feel like I get to phone a friend every time I come on here, just like crowdsource information of things I don't want to Google last Sunday of the month. There we go. Thank you.
Yes, there it is. Thank you guys.
28th of March. Oh, is there a March 29th? Just kidding. It's
It's
not
the 31st, isn't it?
Yeah, we got it. We just cut it short in February just to throw you off.
Can I decode the logic or reason behind this trade? Yeah, it's really easy. Check it out. Market goes down into like a low volume ditch, finds a decent bid, and it happens to be VWAP too. Right here. So I got long here first. I was telling the chat earlier. Scaled out of some, stopped the rest. Then I got long again. So the thing is, there's decent buying here, and we'll say a lot considering today's volume, because today's volume is not a lot. But by scale, okay, yes, there was a bid stepping in front of the market. They got what they wanted, and then price goes under that bid, which should lead to sustained interest in selling, but there wasn't any. It comes under and it wicks right off, and the bid starts flowing back in. And that's the difference. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, they're gonna take my stop here.
Place an
Maybe.
order here in the
Maybe.
ES 55s.
But yeah, that was the long. First touch VWAP too. I mean, you guys have seen me do it a million times, just like a VWAP trade. It's no different. I have ES on 5 minute. I have ES on a 5 minute and an 8-tick Renko footprint. I think 8-tick Renko specifically is the best for ES for me. Dude, they came within like 1 or 2 ticks from my trailing stop. I might be alive. I might make it. Why not use continuous contract? I just don't. Yeah, it's always just been this way, and I don't mind it because it pays me. I haven't really looked into actually going to a continuous. So wick and run higher? I mean, I hope so. They could just wick it again, and I'll gladly step off. I mean, we've got 10 minutes left of the stream. I'm happy with the runner. Yeah, also, if you guys haven't signed up, the link, the Nightbot link, you should click it. Doing a lot of meetups this year, NT Live. And you can go air out your grievances against the streamers you don't like. Yeah, please don't do that. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, don't be encouraging any violence here. Just because you're not going to show up. Tell everyone to go there.
Yeah, Miami's the time to do it, guys. Perfect.
Yeah. Enough need security.
Yes, yeah, we haven't begged for likes, so please do that too before we step off.
Yeah, got 1,100 you guys watching. We'd like to get that like count up over 50%. So if you are willing and able to click that like button. I know you probably all aren't doing too much clicking on your trading computer today, considering the market's been so sideways. I just got long ES here, so
I just got out of my long. Good luck. Avenge
thanks.
me. Avenge me.
Avenge me. We'll see.
8-tick Renko ES footprint. That's crazy. Maybe, but it works. Thanks, guys.
Not going to be in this past 11:20 if we're not moving. So, or I guess I should say 12:20 New York.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hey, Jim.
Morning.
How are you guys doing?
Doing all right.
Not too bad. Not too bad.
You got a couple of positions there, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in oil since I got on. I just got long ES. I built this little scanner here that I was showing off today, and the ES went neutral. It went positive, went bullish, although I don't know if it still is on that bullish scan after this bar, but I like to look for that and then just bought that first pullback, got a ATR first target, ATR base stop, gonna give it 25 minutes, then start moving some things around.
So wait, what do you mean moving things around? What does that mean?
So moving things around. So my theory here, so my first target is 150% of the eight average range on 5 minutes. So if we can't hit 150% of what we've been moving every 5 minutes in a 25-minute period, then I'm like, well, this trade's probably not a good entry. So after 25 minutes of being in trade, if, depending on where we are, I'm either going to move my stop up to break even or completely get out of the trade if I have not hit my first target, because it should, in my theory, move to at least my first target because I'm giving it enough time to move there.
Yeah, no, I like the fact that you have kind of like a premeditated plan on when and only if you move your stop when it's going to be, right? There's going to be a certain criteria. You're not just moving it randomly.
Yeah, it just kind of helps me stick to the same thing because everybody knows once the market starts moving, it's easy to forget what your plan was. I just kind of stick to the same one.
Got it. Very awesome. XYZ, what are you looking for the rest of the day?
Nothing. My chart's going to turn off.
That's
It's
it?
stay off.
It's time to go to Pink's and get a hot dog?
That's too far.
Too far.
Yeah, I don't know. It's rollover. The volume is clearly dry. They couldn't even make a new high up here, and maybe we'll just be stuck in this thing. I won't be around for it. That's for sure.
I hear you. I hear you. Well, let's give these guys a round of applause, everybody. They did a great job this morning. I do want to remind everybody a couple things. Remember, we have that meetup sign up link. Get on the list. It's at the top. It's easy to do, and it's kind of twofold. You know, where are folks going to? Are they kind of located? Right. We see a cluster of interest in any given city, then we will come to you. So it helps us kind of figure out where you guys are from, and also you can get on the list and get invited. It's going to be a lot of fun. I met XYZ last year. I'm going to get to meet Jack this year. I can't wait. It's going to be super, super fun. You can hang out with us and talk trading or gin martinis, whatever you want to do. So having said all that, guys, I'm going to jump into a really quick edge report and appreciate you too. Hope I will see you later on today, right, Jack?
Yep, I'll be here in the afternoon.
You're here with Joey and Nick, Trade the Close, right?
Cool. Yep, I am.
Sweet.
So I'll be there.
All right, kids. I will talk to you soon.
All right. Later, Jim.
All right. There we go. There we go. All right. A couple of things to point out. This is the 10-minute candle chart for the E-mini S&P. I have a couple of white lines that are flanking the initial balance low and the initial balance high. And we've pretty much traded within it all session long. Now, we did have one candle that wicked through it, and it didn't get very far. It stopped at that session VWAP, and buyers brought us back in. Now we're selling off right this very second. An interesting edgeful stat, that's edgeful with one L, is this. So for an initial balance breakout, I took a look 6 months back on Mondays, right? I cherry picked Mondays, and I want to see what are the chances of having a 10-minute candle close, not just wick through, but close either above or below the initial balance. And the stats come out as this: 64% of the time, looking back on 6 months on a Monday, we had a single break. In other words, one 10-minute candle closed either above or below the initial balance. 36% of the time, we had a double break where we had a candle close below and above. And so I'm kind of looking at that going, all right, where's the no break? It's 0%. There's a 0% look back that we didn't have any candle close above or below. Now it looks like, obviously right now, it looks like, well, maybe we're going to close below. I don't know. We'll find out. Stranger things have happened. But I do expect a break one way or the other. Probably just a single break today, but we'll see because it's kind of a news-driven thing. But, that's kind of how I like to use these statistics, right? As we approach these kind of thresholds, you could decide, well, is this the break I'm looking for? Should I get involved in this and try to take advantage of that or not? So it's a pretty good stat, edgeful with one L. And that's the E-mini S&P. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin, though. That's been really interesting today. Let me just pull up a daily candle here. Now, what I did with the dailies is I anchored a VWAP. This is a daily candle. I anchored the VWAP back to that January 14th high, right? I picked a high. I anchored it all the way forward. That's that white line. Now, where's that white line? It's at today's high. And not only is it at today's high, but it's also at the April lows of 74,605. So there's two areas of interest right there. We tapped it. Sellers brought us back down a little bit. We almost created a double top here, right? Here's the other, the 4th of March. We also kind of approached that level as well. But that's a perfect anchored VWAP touch from a longer term point of view on a daily candle on the Bitcoin. And then just kind of drilling in here a little bit to intraday. Let me kind of squeeze this thing up a little bit as well. The price action, again, is a little bit to the south side right now. Volume profile, it's almost a P-shaped distribution with a really good point of control up here at 73,945. We'll see if we can see that again today. I'm not so sure. We may or may not, but that's definitely a possible magnet. We're trading above within the value area, right? The bottom of the value area right now is at 73,070, and that's right above that call resistance in that blind spot, right around 73,000. So we'll see if the equity market will drag this thing lower or not. We're getting a little bit of a drag on the equity markets. We're still up almost 1% right now. And then the March E-mini S&P, the other thing I wanted to point out before we go, the March E-mini S&P is doing 483,000 contracts. The June contract is doing 556,000 contracts. The volume is in the June contract. This is particularly important, I think, for day traders because there's more volume in that market, and that's a perfect signal on when to actually roll. Now, this contract, the March contract, is not going to expire until Friday, so you can trade it still, but go with the bigger volume. It's usually better, tighter bid-ask spreads, and usually a better place to go. So that is late morning edge report. I always say this afternoon, wishful thinking. No, we're coming back strong in a little bit. Remember, Jack, Joey, and Nick for a tick are going to be trading the close, and then Shai is going to do an afternoon report as well as another edge report at 2 o'clock East Coast time. Hopefully we'll see you there. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button. Super awesome. We greatly appreciate that. In the meantime, have a nice, relaxing lunch, and we'll see you this afternoon.